Welcome to Renesmee Audiobooks, your home for late-night fictions. Tonight's story is What If Bella Said No and Chooses the Pack for the First Time, a Twilight fanfiction where Bella's world takes a surprising turn, and Jasper steps into her life in ways she never imagined. Settle in, relax, and let's begin this unforgettable romance. Choosing life. As I drove my beloved truck away from Sam and Emily's house, I sighed. I knew for a fact that one of my boyfriend's oppressive jailer overprotective douche family, if not Edward himself, would be there at the edge of the reservation waiting for me. I finally got a chance to get away since the whole family went on a hunt with no exceptions. Since I'm only human and they aren't, well, it was best I was left behind. When Edward had informed me that even he had to go, I nearly fell to my knees to praise the heavens. Instead, I played along to the role he forced upon me and promised to stay safe. But you were correct that the moment he left with his family, coven and fellow vampires, my brain was a whirlwind of ideas of what I would do while they were gone. I never settled on anyone and avoided thinking of coming down to the res to visit. I knew that the magic 8-ball was keeping her foresighted attention on me so that she could tattle on me to Edward. Since he could read minds, she wouldn't even have to speak for him to know as soon as she did. To not be in their company 24/7 in the form of one member of the family or another was very rare. But I digress. I managed to elude her vision of my real plan long enough to cross the treaty line at the edge of the res before I got the first text message. "You know it's dangerous to be there. Turn yourself around before we come back." I shook my head and grabbed my steering wheel with more determination to continue with my plan to spend time with my friends, nay family, on the res. As soon as my truck got close to Sam and Em's place, it was shaken by the bombardment of bodies as the pack descended upon it. Hoots and hollers of welcome were issued as I pulled to a stop. Before the ignition was even turned off, my door was opened and I was whisked into warm arms. Like a game of keep away, I was passed from embrace to embrace. Even Paul held me, shocked face. Once I had made a full circuit of hugs, I finally landed on my feet. But before anyone could ask how and why I was there, a squeal erupted as Emily flew from the porch. "Bella, you're really here. Oh, it is so good to see you." Emily fires off rapidly before engulfing me in her own hug. "Hi Em. Yeah, I managed to get away." I chuckle as I return her embrace. My phone buzzed with another text, but I ignored it. "How?" the guys all asked in unison. Geez, not even phased, and they are still in sync. I giggled. Mandatory family vacation. No mortals allowed. From there I just never decided on what possibility of things to do while they were gone. Alice didn't see me coming to the res until I crossed the treaty line and disappeared. "Wait, you got around her gift?" Sam asked. Another text buzzed in on my phone. I nodded. Snap decisions are thinking of more than one choice or just action on instinct. Since I tend to overthink, I went with option 2. I live too far away for it to be a snap decision. "Thanks, we will be sure to remember that," he replied. "PBBBT, she can't even see you, so that's a non-issue." I popped off. The buzzing began again, but this one was a call. "Really?" Paul asked. "That's probably how she knew I was here. I disappear from her sight when I am around you. I'm assuming whoever is on patrol was close when I drove over the line." I shrugged like it was nothing new. "You gonna get that?" Quill asked, pointing at my pocket. "Nope. It's just one of them or a couple bitching and most likely demanding I go back to their side of the line. They are gonna probably cut their hunt off and come back just to order me back." Once the call stopped, another came in. "Hold on, I'm gonna just shut it off, but first I need to call Charlie and tell him where I am and why I'm shutting off my phone. He'll probably jump for joy and tell me to just stay." I chuckled as I rejected the call, surprised to see it had been Esme calling, but it was probably Edward. The other call had been him, so I'm sure he crushed his phone in anger when I didn't answer. I pulled up Dad's number and called. "This is Chief Swan." He answered on the second ring. "Hey Dad, I just wanted to call and let you know I'm down in La Push. Edward and the family left on a trip for the next couple days and I haven't seen my friends in a while. But they are blowing up my phone. I want to enjoy my time down here, so I was making sure you knew to call Sam and Emily to get a hold of me. I'm shutting my phone off to get a break from the non-stop texts and calls." I explained and chewed my bottom lip nervously. "Oh hey, that's great, Bells. Go ahead and stay down there. Work has been piling up with the missing hikers, and also don't worry about me being home on my own. And I'll be sure to call and check in at some point, but thanks for letting me know about shutting off your phone. Have fun. Charlie practically shouted, clearly on board with my rebellion against Edward. Okay Dad. Be safe. Love you. I blurted out. Dad and I were not affectionate people and tended not to verbalize feelings, but the missing people were really worrying me. Sure thing Bells. Always am. Love you too. Charlie seemed to cough as he said the last bit, but I could tell he meant it as we disconnected the call. See guys. Told you he would be on board. I chuckled. So how long is their hunt supposed to take? Embry inquired softly but with a clearly mischievous smirk on his face. 3 days for sure, with the possibility of another day or two if the couples get out of hand. The first day or two are family time and day 3 is for the mates. I scrunched my nose at the thought of the stories I had heard of their past hunting trips that extended due to their amorous activities. Particularly if they were all still within Jasper's range. His gift could be a blessing and a curse. He could feel others' emotions and influence them. But some wires get crossed when he is occupied with Alice. He projects their love and it loops back and amplifies. Cool, so you don't have to go home. And we have the excuse to tell them you were told you had the length of their trip to yourself, so it's not your fault if they come back early. Sam smiles deviously. He reaches over and grabs my phone. Popping off the back, he extracts the battery. Gee guys, doesn't the battery look overheated? Like it's going to blow up, too big to put back in her phone. That's too dangerous a possibility. Let's not take the chance for you to get hurt, Bella. I'll just toss this and maybe you can eventually get a replacement. Sam winks as he tosses the battery in the garbage. Everybody made sounds of agreement and smiled like a bunch of loons. Oh thank you Sam. My phone has been feeling alarmingly warm the last couple days. I'm so glad you made sure I was safe. I smiled at him, feigning appreciation. No problem little sister. Now let's have some fun. Who's up for a movie night? Sam offered up. Jake and the others all cheered. Okay well then we need movie night munchies. Shall we go see what we can concoct for these ravenous beasts? I asked conspiratorially. Oh I'm sure we will find something. Think you can make them the nachos you made for Leah's birthday? Emily shoots back with a grin. Just at the mention of the nachos the pack's stomachs all growled. Goodness, guess we better get cracking. Faster we cook the sooner they eat and we get to enjoy a movie. I state as we head to the house. With that we all entered the house and with the aid of wooden spoons Emily and I chased the guys out of the kitchen. Soon enough we had nachos ready along with popcorn and brownies. Pretzels and chips were put out too just for variety. Patrol was changing so we saved portions of everything for the two going on duty. Since I only saw Seth I figured it would be Leah and Jared coming in to join us all soon. I was surprised when I heard 4 voices approaching instead of 2. I looked to the door curiously. 2 boys shifted, twins just months shy of their 14th birthday. Emily whispered. I gasped in shock. They were just babies, too young to carry the burden of life's shackles to the reservation and fighting vampires. Emily nodded, showing she agreed with my shock and worried expressions. Soon enough the quartet entered the house. I looked up to greet Leah and Jared but my eyes went to the boys. Instantly I wanted to rush to them and hold them and keep them safe, like they were my own kids to protect. Bells meet the pups. Brady and Colin. Pups meet Bella. Jake made the introductions. Rather than speak the 3 of us simply nodded to acknowledge that he spoke. After what seemed like forever I opened my arms and they rushed to me. I hugged them fiercely and kissed the tops of their heads. It's okay. I'm here. You have me now. Don't worry. I murmured softly. They clung to me and nodded with silent tears falling. I looked up from them and spoke to the pack who was watching in shock. Who are they staying with? They are all alone. Sam raised his hand. They have stayed here. How did you know they were disowned after they phased? I shook my head and soothed the boys in my arms as they quaked and their tears doubled. Shish, I have you. It'll be okay. I continued to soothe them and murmur to them. I ignored everyone else, wanting to make sure they were okay. Eventually the tears stopped and they were calmed. Okay. Do you feel better? I asked. With their nods I continued. All right then, let's go wash your faces. The pack wants to enjoy a movie and I know you would love to feel clean before we join them, right? They hiccuped in unison. Okay, let's go wash up. I told them softly as I grabbed their hands and gently urged them to follow down the hall. Our way was clear and I sat one of them on the edge of the tub and the other on the toilet lid before I grabbed a washcloth and got it wet with warm water. I cleaned their faces in turn with great care. There are your handsome faces. Now doesn't that feel better? Nice clean faces. I smiled as they nodded. Ready to go watch a movie with everybody. They looked a bit intimidated but nodded anyway. It's all right. You can both sit with me. I always get cold and I'll be right next to you if they pick a scary flick. That sounds good, I offered. That got a better reaction. I took their hands once more and we made our way to the living room. I suspected they had been listening to us in the other room because they left the couch clear for us to sit. Someone had loaded a movie so the three of us took our seats. The boys bookended me and cuddled in so I was holding them once more. Sure enough, it was a Nightmare on Elm Street, or at least one from the franchise. Usually I was the one to hide and scream and get scared, but with the twins needing me I stayed strong. I could finally see the psychology and proper health complications implemented in the movie's plot. Well, no 3-day binges without sleep are in our future if I have any say. Certainly not the boys. When the kids in the movie prevailed over Freddy, I whispered to the boys they were safe and the movie was done. They continued to cling in fear, so I glared at the pack. I saw Quill jump up and load another disc. This time it was a stand-up comic. I hoped the humor would calm the boys so they would forget the scary flick that just ended. Soon enough they were laughing along with the show and relaxing with the pack. I couldn't help but be happy and relaxed. By the end of the comedian's set the boys were looking sleepy. I asked Emily where they had been sleeping and she showed me to a guest room. It had a bunk bed set with a twin on top and it was modified to have a king-sized bed on bottom. I borrowed some PJs and guided the boys through a bedtime routine of brushing their teeth and washing up once more before crawling in bed. I ended up cocooned between them again. Somehow they snuggled down and cuddled into my sides like the children they still were. I hummed tunelessly till they were asleep before succumbing to the call of rest myself. In the morning I slipped out and found a set of clean clothes waiting in the restroom for me. After dressing I went to the kitchen to find Emily prepping to cook breakfast. "Morning, Em. Need any help?" I asked. "Oh no, Bella, I have it all ready to go, you just sit and keep me company." She smiled and gestured to the stools at the counter. "Thanks for letting me stay over, Em. I appreciate the chance to spend more time here with everyone." I tell her softly. "It's nothing. We love having you. So tell me, what was that last night?" Those boys have been quiet and kept to themselves even when fazed. Emily presses with curiosity. As soon as I saw them, all I could think is they are my boys. They need me and I want to protect them. I tried to explain as simply as I could the complex feelings that had hit me the day before. "Like an imprint," Emily guessed. "Like true animals, I'm assuming." "It feels maternal, not romantic." I elaborated. "Oh, like they are your pups." She confirmed and I nodded. "Exactly. I knew they needed me and I just let them come to me. They need to be loved and held. With being disowned they need a parent." It was intense to see them break and find the assurance they so desperately need in you. I wasn't sure how to help them besides providing shelter myself. Emily confesses. "Well, it's hard to remember, the pack are all young in the larger scheme of things. But they are the youngest." I make the observation to quell her guilt. "You're right." She sighs as she cooks. Sam ambled in from outside. I guess he took the early shift. "Morning, Bella." "Morning, honey." He greets us, patting me on the shoulder as he passes and kissing Emily when he reaches her. "Breakfast is almost ready," Emily informs Sam with a smile. "Oh good, it smells great," he replied with a loving smile. Soon Colin and Brady shuffle in looking sleepy. I internally chuckle at the sight, thinking they needed more rest. "Hey sunshine, you two awake yet?" I greet them. 2 simultaneous head shakes and grumbles were my answer. "Well, if you don't have patrol after breakfast, maybe you should have a nap then. We were up late with the movies." I suggest. "Okay." "Yes, Mama," they replied. "If you wanna wake up enough to eat, you better wash your faces. The rest of the pack will show up any minute." I urge them. They shuffled off once more, each with a yawn. "Well, that answers that question." Emily chuckles. Sam just stood there gobsmacked at what he just witnessed. "Sam dear, close your mouth before you swallow a fly or something." I tease to get his attention. "Did they?" He starts. "Yes, they did. I tell him with a smile. Huh. Sam scratches his head. I think I need to talk to Billy. Well, he should know something about this parental imprint. Those are my boys. I knew it as soon as they walked in the door. I quipped. With that, Sam nodded and moved to set the table for Emily as she prepared two platters of food to transfer to the table. Sure enough, I heard the rowdy raucous crowd making their way up the drive, laughing and rough-housing as they came. Leah was the first to enter the house. So you get the first pups of the pack, Bella. She smirks. Yep, and the delivery was instantaneous. I shot back. Emily and Leah laughed. Guess that makes you pack mom? Emily asked. Oh, I dunno, Emily. They do come to yours for food and shelter. I supply. True, but I bet that would change if you lived here. She countered. First I would have to get the bloodsuckers gone. I bet the missing hikers are connected to something, but I can't pinpoint it. I mused. Like what? There is a red-headed leech snooping around, but we can never catch her. Leah said. Son of a bitch. I exclaimed. Sam, get my damn battery, I need to make a call to the empath. I snarled. Why? What's he got to do with it? Sam asked. The red-headed bitch is after me because they killed her mate. She wants to take me out because I was his last hunt and they saved me. I growled. Explain. Sam demanded. So I told him about the baseball game and the nomads who showed up, as well as the whole debacle in Phoenix. You got rid of the other one, the dreadlocked one in the meadow. I said. So she is after you? Sam asked for confirmation. She can't take on 7 vamps, let alone 3 with gifts. I'm just a weak human, an easy target. That, and Edward claims I'm his mate. Growls were given through the house from the twins, Leah, Sam and the others outside. Exactly. Apparently vampires go stark nuts when their mates die. Suicidal and vengeful. Damn it, she's probably behind the shit in Seattle too. I smacked the counter in frustration. Sam made for the door but was met by Seth with my phone battery. I reassembled my phone and as soon as it powered on I dialed Jasper. Hello, he answered. Major. I snap. S.I. He replied. You were right about the tracker's mate. She's making friends and planning a visit to get the mind raper's mate. I told him in a cold voice, almost unrecognizably me. A rant about how the coven were idiots for not listening was spilling forth through the phone in Spanish too rapidly for me to understand, so I waited. Where is she? He demanded with authority. Seattle. Do the math. Get on it, soldier, before the Italians step in. I snarled before hanging up and dismantling the phone once more. There now, maybe they'll be useful rather than a bunch of posers pretending to be human. Let them take a shot at bringing her down. Maybe the more annoying ones will be culled. I groused. Wow, Bells. Tell us how you really feel. Jake tried to joke. No, Jake, you don't get it. I'm watched 24/7. When I sleep, what I do, what I eat, who I talk to, who I see, what I wear. Everything. He likes me in blue, so she dresses me in blue. He thinks I should eat healthy, so I am fed what he approves. He reads minds, so if someone is being a hormonal teenager, he tells me not to associate with them. He disables my truck so I can't come down here to see everyone. He holds me while I sleep. He chooses the plans for the day when we aren't at school. He makes the choices on who is allowed in the room when I'm over at their house. Jasper isn't allowed within 4 feet of me. Emmett gets to play games with me on the console maybe once a month. I can only listen to Edward-approved music. If I decided to read a book besides my favorite classics, he has to approve it. I can barely even go to the bathroom without one of his sisters escorting me, for God's sake. I'm never alone. He even gets mad if I want a quiet night at home with Charlie. I rant. That's abuse, Bella. Emily whispers. That's not even everything. He criticizes how I talk. If I want a kiss, he acts like I'm being a whore. He applied to colleges for me without my knowledge or consent. He calls me clumsy and fragile. He snaps at me when I don't agree with what he wants. He never even took me on a date or asked me out. He just assumed because I knew what he was that I would be with him. And I'm pretty sure he has used his vampire abilities that lure in prey to make me give in to what he wants. Alice too. I tell them. Has he hurt you? Leah asked calmly. He grabs me by the arm sometimes and leaves marks. I'm constantly fighting vertigo and nausea because rather than walk with me, he lifts me and runs at speed. I tend to get bumps and bruises because he makes me trip or lose my footing when we do walk. When he saved me from Tyler's van that day, he got me injured with a gash on my head. When I tried to get him to hold me close, besides when I'm sleeping, he shoved me so hard I bruised my ribs. My birthday, he shoved me into a glass table covered in crystal plates and I got cut up. And when he left me, well, you know what happened. I'm pretty sure the months I was a zombie were withdrawals from his sentinel. I didn't even want him back when I went to Italy. I just didn't want him to be an idiot and kill himself because I may have died. He assumed and used his vamp charms to make me take him back. I confessed. He manipulated you and has been using and abusing you. Jake growled. He claimed I'm his personal brand of heroin. He loves the smell of my blood. I'm his singer. My blood calls him more than any other human. I whispered. Have you ever woken up really sluggish and weak? Sam asks. I nod. Leah took my hand. Let's go. I'll look you over. You need to strip. I follow her but am confused. Why would she need to look at my body? We enter a bedroom and she urges me to strip. Sure enough, she snarls at the bite James made, but she searches my body for whatever evidence she needs, I'm guessing. Are there any spots you have noticed in the shower that are cold like the bite on your arm? She asks. I think about it and left my hair and showed a spot below my ear. He's cut you and probably licked it without venom on his tongue. He's been feeding on you while you sleep. She tells me. I feel the blood drain from my face and I whimper at the thought that I didn't know. The room tilted and went black. I opened my eyes when I heard hushed voices speaking harshly. What happened? I groaned softly. You fainted. Just stay where you are. It'll make the pups feel better now that you are awake. Emily told me. Colin, Brady, where are they? I panic. Shush, they are okay, they phased when you passed out and are outside. I told them I would sit with you. The pack is in an uproar. They want Edward's pyre built ASAP. Emily explained. I'm sorry. I don't want to be a burden or cause trouble. I whisper. Oh honey, no, you are pack. You are the twins' mom and you are our sister. We love you and want you safe. If it's anyone's fault, it's the thing that has invaded your life. Emily assured me, holding my hand, rubbing my arm to soothe me. Do I have to see him? I want to get away from him. All of them. The only ones who were real were Emmett and Rosalie and Jasper. Carlisle listens to Edward and Alice and ignores the others' opinions. Esme is just the dutiful housewife and wants to just love everyone but follows Carlisle. I cried softly. The idea of facing them makes me tremble. You should, to make him truly believe you don't want him. It could be at the treaty line so he can't touch you. Emily tells me. An idea formed in my mind. Hey Emily, do you have any dust from the living room? I think I know how to get rid of it and have it be to my benefit. I bite my lip, wondering if it could work. Emily could see the gears working in my head and just nods. I smile. Have the pack make the meeting as soon as possible, but I want that dust. I tell her. She gives me a quizzical look but goes to get it and tell the pack my decision. I sit up and sigh in relief. Emily or Leah must have redressed me. That was fortunate. I made my way to the living room and found Emily with the vacuum. She was emptying the container from it into a Ziploc. I thanked her when she handed it to me and went outside to see the pack. Did you get the meeting set up? I asked Sam, who was still on two legs. They are already waiting. You were right yesterday. They called off their hunt and came back. The tiny girl and the redhead have been prowling the line ever since. Sam informed me. Good, then let's head out. I'll drive to give the illusion I'm heading back to Charlie's, but I won't cross. I tell him. Sounds like a plan. By the way, why do you want the dust from my vacuum? He asks. Germ warfare, essentially. Once the two that have been stalking the border all night try to rant at me, when they inhale air to speak ill, blow it in their faces. To them you stink, and with that it'll be in their lungs. With luck it'll poison them since they can't drink your blood. I smiled diabolically. Sam just laughed. The rest of the pack chuffed and danced with humor. All right, let's get this show on the road. I want them close enough to attack with the dust but not close enough to dazzle me with their vamp mojo. I exclaim as I get in my truck and pull out. As I drive away from Sam and Emily's house, I sigh knowing they will be there waiting for me, ready to chastise me for not listening and behaving while they were gone. What's the saying? When the cat's away, well, I guess it's true. I know the pack is with me and that calms me down. I almost wish the twins weren't coming, but I know they need to be there too. As I approached the border I slowed to a stop. I turned off the truck and climbed out. I didn't have to wait long for the pack to come out of the tree line and join me. I stepped close to the line but didn't cross. Sure enough, the troublesome twosome that made my life hell rushed close. Almost in sync they opened their mouths to inhale. As I planned, I pulled out a handful of dust and blew it into their faces. They hacked and coughed and grimaced. Just like I hoped. The others showed up and looked at the display of the two coughing. I looked at Jasper. Major, come take control of your mate or I won't be nice with the next attempt at asserting my independence. I told him. He simply nodded and snatched her back. As he held her, his nose wrinkled. What did you do? Germ warfare. I don't need a tongue lashing from someone who is not my mate or my keeper. And I certainly plan to be heard rather than chastised and spoken over or down to. I dosed Edward too since he was about to do the same. I explained. I may be human but I had a method to deal with them at my disposal and I used it. I expanded. He simply nodded in understanding. He had known this was coming in some form or another. Carlyle stepped forward. Bella, what is all this? This isn't like you. He tried to placate and patronize me. Oh Carlyle, I assure you this is me. Your two favorites have been using their scent and allure on me since the beginning. I have been used and manipulated and abused for their own ends. Alice because she wants a Barbie doll. Edward because I'm his own personal blood bag. I lifted my hair and showed the cut he had fed from. I am not the docile lovesick girl you have seen. I'm my own person. I have opinions and ideas of my own. But they took over my life. From my clothing to my social interaction to my food. Hell, he holds me and watches me sleep. He broke into my room as soon as he came back from Denali when I moved here. I ranted. Is this true? Carlyle demanded of the two who were still trying to expel the dust. They looked shamed yet in denial. Because I figured out your family's secret, he decided I would be his girlfriend. Never did we go on a date, nor did he ask me. He just stopped into my life and took over. Sure, he saved me from a couple horrible things by regular standards, but because of him I have been hunted and am being hunted by others of your kind. He pumped me full of his allure and put me in a fog. When he left me after my birthday, it took months to detox and for my personal space to be rid of his scent. He coated my room and belongings. He did so once again when you all returned after Italy. My quiet mind drew him in, my blood made him stay. He made you all leave because he doesn't want anyone else to taste my blood like Jasper almost did. Jasper you only attacked because 5 other vampires' bloodlust rose, including Edward, who my blood sings to. Your control rivals Carlyle when you are alone. You are just the scapegoat. They want to slip and push it at you. I continued. Mates can't leave each other and Edward left me. Mates can't hurt each other, but I have been abused. Verbally, psychologically, emotionally, and even physically. Edward is not my mate and I wish to be rid of him. He has fed from me repeatedly, causing me to be woozy and lethargic. At that last bit Carlyle snarled and bum rushed Edward, removing his head. I change you and raise you with morals and ideals and you behave this way. You are no son of mine. Carlyle spat into the face of the severed head. Edward's mouth was flopping open and closed like a fish as he attempted to explain himself soundlessly. Carlyle dropped the head and disassembled the rest of Edward, making a pile before flicking a lighter and setting him ablaze. I am so sorry, Bella. I was blind and didn't see what was happening right in front of me. We will take care of Victoria and her army. If she is amassing one, then we shall leave. I will declare the region off limits to vampires. Carlyle assured me. What about the Volturi? They expect me changed, which I refuse to do. I am part of the pack. They claim me and I will stay human and live my life as it should be. I will deal with them. I am friends with Arrow after all. He should agree given the circumstances. Since you are part of another supernatural group who has knowledge of vampires, it should cover you. Live will and know we love you. I acknowledge him and turned to the pack. They all looked proud. The boys rushed me and clung, making sure I was okay. Bella, why are they? Rosalie began. I'm adopting them. They were disowned and they need me. I tell her. She nods and smiles. Leave it to you to have kids before you have a husband or even a boyfriend. She teases. I think you made the right choice. Life and family and children are worth more than immortality. I lost that when I was changed. You are right. I choose life. I choose aging and gray hair. I choose babies and my boys and maybe a life mate to share it all with. It's too much to give up. Forever with an abuser or user isn't worth it even if 3 siblings are awesome. I smiled. Yes, my monkey man and I are worth it. Jasper too. But still, love well Bella. She says before leaving. Bye Belly Boo. I'll miss you forever. Emmett tells me before he follows his wife. Miss Bella. Wish I could have known you more, but just know I admire you and you are worth the world. Them boys love you mama. The pack too. I'll take my leave and deal with my wife. We aren't mates, just married companions. She abused her power and she will pay. She canoodled with Edward and did you wrong. Goodbye. With Alice still in his hold he rushed off. Carlisle and Esme both looked heartbroken. Bye Bella. May your life be lived well. We will miss you, Esme said as they two turned and left. Once I was sure they were gone out of range. Hear that everybody? Sounds to me like it's time for a bonfire. I called out. The pack cheered. Sam called ahead to Emily to start preparing for a bonfire. Jake called Billy to spread the news. As we made our way back to the truck I had a thought. Oh holy crap, how will I explain to Charlie he's a grandpa? The pack laughed. Don't worry little sister, we will help. Sam assures me. Things are looking up. The twins and I are in the truck driving away from the treaty line. I did it. I broke up with the abusive pattern they held on me. I got away. Just that knowledge made me sag in relief. But I knew my problems weren't over yet. Instead I now had to figure a way to break it to Charlie that I was adopting 2 13-year-olds who honestly looked my age. And on top of that I felt the pull to move down to La Push. There was no way I was going to have Colin and Brady living away from the pack or the reservation. That would just add too many complications. As we pull up to Sam and Emily's house I decide that Charlie needs to know quite a few things. Including Edward's treatment of me but not necessarily the full version. And I would make sure to tell him I feel safer on the res. Okay boys, let's help get the bonfire set up. Maybe we can have your grandpa come down and he can be let in on some of the truth. We will have to talk to the council about whether he can know everything, I'm betting. I shoo the twins along to help their brothers. I make my own way inside to see what help Emily will need. Hey Emily, what needs more hands? I offer. Oh Bella, thank goodness you arrived. Since I got the short notice, I'm in a rush to get quite a bit done in less time than usual. I nod and wash my hands after securing my hair back. Then let's do this. The rest of the morning was filled with cooking and laughter as we let loose and enjoyed the simple tasks together. It was so nice to let loose and feel like myself. One of the favorite dishes I got to make was a fruit salad. Several cans of fruit cocktail, diced mangoes, sliced peaches that I cut down to bite-sized pieces, pineapple chunks and mandarin oranges. Some cottage cheese, it adds texture but no real taste, but I get if that others don't like it. It can be left out I guess. Whipped cream, I use Cool Whip several tubs and Jell-O mix. The liquid drained off from the fruit of course before it's all mixed. Refrigerate and let set for a couple hours. Some people add coconut or marshmallow instead of cottage cheese or in addition. Can also be made sugar-free, no sugar added. By mid-afternoon it was as if the meeting this morning was a distant memory. Until Sam came in. Hey little mama, hi babe. He greets us almost identically to this morning, but now he gave me a kiss on the forehead. Emily greeted him with a smile and a soft kiss. Hey Sam, could you run over to Billy's and talk to him about having Charlie show up? He needs to know, and I need backup. Even if we don't go into the legends or the full truth, I need Charlie to know what happened under his nose. I need him to be on board with me moving down to the res so I can raise my boys and I feel safer here. I rattle off nervously. Of course little sister, your pack and everyone will help you with this. Especially when we feel better when you are here too. I'll bet Billy will jump at the chance to help with Charlie. Sam assures me. I sigh and relax. It'll take care of most of the issues I face. It's a bit daunting. Luckily it's almost graduation, so that's one last stressor. That's why the family hunt I had. Celebrating another school graduation. Now I don't need to be bothered with a wedding I never wanted or the immortality they claimed I chose. I realized I was babbling and shook myself. Well, everything is almost ready, just needs to be brought to the beach. Emily cut in to change the subject. All right dear, that was my original reason for coming in. Sam smiled. He moved to the door and gave a loud whistle. Okay guys, you know the drill. Food is to be carried and set up, no sampling it or hoarding it from anybody else. The girls worked hard to cook, so respect them. The council is coming and Bella Mama's pop too, so let's hop to. He barked out like it was by rote. Quickly the kitchen became a fire brigade style production line to move the food and essentials for the bonfire out and down to the beach. Emily and I grabbed blankets for ourselves for when it cooled off before following our pack. Just as Sam had told them, the tables and food were set up with the least amount of fuss. That task done, they all worked together to build an impressive bonfire pile. Emily and I chose our seats to wait until the food needed uncovering. Sam ran off to speak to Billy. I quit actively worrying about everything and watched the pack play around. It made my heart swell to see the care the others took to include my pups. They didn't join in the pack's antics before yesterday. Emily whispers in my ear. Really? I asked in shock. They were withdrawn and too timid. Just having you lets them cut loose and join in. You are already making a difference, Emily states. Then I am glad. It feels good to be needed. But to know I make a difference to someone rather than be a burden or a distraction is a balm on my soul, to be honest. I confess. What do you mean? Emily asks, her brows knit in confusion. Well, with Renee I may have been her child, but I grew up quick. I made my own food and soon took over most of the responsibilities around the house. I became totally self-sufficient by age 12. So I know how to budget and run a house. But as I hit puberty, life got hard because all of the men she paraded through our lives began to take notice of me. Nothing came of it, but I knew she resented the loss of their total attentions. Then she met Phil. Great guy, though he is only 7 years older than I am. But he is great for her. He accepted my presence but didn't give me any untoward attention. He was around for her. Period. I just about jumped for joy once I realized he wasn't a flighty flake and could take care of business. After they got married, I took my chance and moved here to be with Charlie. I hadn't seen him in years because I couldn't trust that I would have a home to go back to if I didn't stay with Renee and keep up on bills and such. But that's where things get better and worse. Charlie didn't need someone to pay bills or remind him of everything he needed to do. He works and pays his bills and is very present, or so I thought. So I cleaned and cooked, but we both kept to ourselves. He got me Billy's old truck and enrolled me in school, but that's the extent of paternal involvement he showed. Then I met Edward. Well, you know how that went. Like a lead balloon on fire. Charlie didn't notice, and if he did, he never did anything besides call him the wrong name. By the time Billy noticed anything, I was too far gone on the pheromones to listen or care. When Edward took me into the woods after my birthday, he called me a burden, a plaything, a distraction, weak and stupid. Then after all those months struggling to live, I jumped off that cliff. I was half crazed and still affected by his shit. Then Alice showed up and dosed me with pheromones and whisked me off to Italy to save his ass. Then it all began again. But I knew things were wrong this time. I realized how much control he was exerting upon me and my life. The pack kept me sane, honestly, even with the hostility I used to receive. But now I have the pups. They need me. Not just for food and shelter or day-to-day convenience. They need someone who cares and listens and will be there. Sure, they have the pack, but they need just that bit more. They need someone who is their home. I can be that. They'll always be near me. Never abandon me or ignore me. I was crying by the end of my explanation. Emily was holding me firmly and rocking me. It's not just the pups, Bella. You have all of us now. You are one of us and always will be. She too was misty-eyed at my life I had before. The twins were knelt beside us, rubbing my back and leg, giving me the comfort of their presence too. They were silent, but tear streaks were apparent on their cheeks. They had heard how little I was taken care of. But unbeknownst to the four in our bubble of awareness, the council, and Charlie in tow, had shown up. They had heard all of it. The truth of my whole upbringing. Is that all true, Bells? How you raised Renee? Why you never came to see me? Charlie whispered, since he was quite choked up. I nodded, and Edward started out treating me like I was someone to cherish. So that was pure bliss, to be cared for by someone for once. That was before he and Alice started grooming me and abusing me when I resisted. I was emotionally, psychologically, and even physically abused by them. I've been neglected and abandoned and hurt before, but to be turned into someone I'm not, then left like they did. It broke me. You saw that. You suffered. But you just stayed out of it. I needed you not just as my dad but as the chief of police, but you just turned a blind eye. All Alice had to do was simper and bat her eyelashes. You enabled them. The only place I feel safe is here in La Push, even though the family is leaving. Edward has been punished by Carlisle for what he has done, and so will Alice, but I can't go back to Forks. Not when they used to climb the tree outside my window and crawl in the window. He did that every night and held me while I tried to sleep. He threatened me with physical harm if I made noise to alert you. She did too, and would torture me with hours of makeup and all those clothes. If he harmed me, she hid it and would add to the injuries if I tried to fight. I didn't trip and fall in Phoenix. I was pushed and thrown. When they came back I didn't want it, but they took over again, only worse than before. If he knew I wanted to come down here, when he told me I couldn't, he would disable my truck. If you planned to come and wanted to bring me with, Alice would call you and come up with plans to have me stay with her. If they hurt me and I still made it down here, well, Jacob hugs me with enthusiasm. He would push on the bruises by accident. No one seemed to notice. Only Paul did, but you all brushed off as his seemingly hateful demeanor. Charlie, I have these two boys to care for. They have been disowned and have no one and nowhere to go. I'm claiming them so they won't end up slipping through the cracks in the system. If the council will allow it, I plan to move here so they can keep a stable life with their friends and own people. But they will live with me. I graduate on Monday, so all I need is a full-time job. Newton's isn't going to cut it. I was on a roll and it all poured out. All without giving away the pack or cold ones. You can't take them in, they are your age. Charlie blustered. They are 13, Mr. Swan. Old Quill snapped. The growth spurts they went through alarmed their parents. They thought the boys were sick or something, and rather than get help or investigate, they simply disowned them. They believe the boys will perish or become infectious to others and don't want that to circle back to them for any reason. The young lady is right, they have no one to take them in. Since this can count as a council meeting, I vote yay in favor of allowing her to take up residence in La Push. I vote yay. Sue Clearwater spoke with authority. Yay. Sam added. I tended to forget that as alpha he sits on the council. Yay. It's unanimous. Billy proclaims as he smacks the armrest of his wheelchair. Now Bella dear, for the parental rights you'll have to come see the council hall for the paperwork, and the next true meeting we'll approve it. Old Quill has to notarize it and make it all legal and whatnot. Sue tacked on. I simply nodded and thanked them all. Well, till we can get a house built for the three of you, you can live in the apartment over the store. It has 2 bedrooms and I'm sure we can get bunk beds or something. Old Quill offers. That would be greatly appreciated. We can fully move in on Tuesday, I'm thinking. I respond while asking the twins silently if they agree. I was answered with nods and great big smiles. Good. Next council meeting just so happens to be next Thursday. Billy smiles. All right then, it will all be settled soon. Now so long as those soul-sucking leeches keep their word, then life will be peachy. I state firmly. Now wait a minute here. You can't just up and move out and adopt 2 teenagers. You still need to go to college and have a life. Charlie booms. I can do college courses online and commute to the community college in Port Angeles if need be for proctored work and tests. And I plan to get full-time employment as well. Who says that isn't a life? I challenged. How will you meet anyone who is willing to deal with you essentially being a single mother of 2 teenagers? Are you that willing to live a life alone? Charlie responded. You mean like you did after Renee left and took me with? You were alone before I moved back in. If someone can't handle that I have kids, then they aren't worth my time. Someone who understands that my kids are part and parcel to a life with me is who I want to be with. If that means a life dedicated only to myself and them, then it's a life well lived. If that's the case, then dying a virgin of old age with 2 amazing sons will be worth it. I shot back, only slapping a hand over my mouth at the last bit. Never intended to tell anyone that. She has the backing and support of all of us, Chief Swan. She will never be alone and she won't be left hanging. Sam informed with a core of steel in his voice. The pack and imprints nodded in agreement. Abide by my choices or not. Should you choose to continue being a part of my life, that is great. But be forewarned. Spurn me for making the choices I have, you will return to the lonesomeness you had in life before I came back. I looked Charlie in the eye, challenging him to accept this or walk away. I stand by Bella, Charlie. I couldn't abide the girls running away when they did, and now I don't even get phone calls. Do you want that life? I at least had Jacob. Billy tacks on his incentive. You may be my nephew, but I stand with Bella. Old Quill stated. That was new information. My Seth and Leah have chosen to back her as well. And I am right there with them. Sue informed Charlie. His only living and remaining friends had chosen to side with me if he couldn't take the life I was choosing. We could all see the agony he was facing internally to know that I was grown and would walk away. He could accept it and stay a part of my life, or deny my choices and lose everything. How will you tell your mother? He asks, thinking it'll make him the lesser evil. Since she was all for me to be an abused woman just to be with Edward due to his family's wealth, she was cut out of the equation months ago when I told her I wanted to get away from him. She denied me sanctuary should I try to run away. She wanted me to be a gold digger like she is. Phil just got signed with the Tampa Bay Devil Rays, so he will make quite a commission if he lasts playing pro ball. I shot back. Charlie jolted in shock at that bit of information. He didn't know Renee was not talking to me. Seriously, Bells, she really told you to roll over and take it just because he had money? Jake asked. Yep, told me that being that wealthy was a blessing and not to rock the boat and risk losing it. I replied. That's messed up. I didn't think women still thought like that outside of movies. Leah quipped. Oh, there are those that do. Renee just happens to be one of them. It's part of why she left Forks. I told them. She wanted me to move to the big city since there were higher paying stations and positions at their precincts. I refused. I love small town life and my parents were falling ill. They passed not even a year after she took you away. Charlie supplied. So Charlie, will you greet your grandsons or will you walk away? I pressed since we had avoided the point long enough. After a good couple minutes of thought on Charlie's part, he raised his head and looked at the twins. What are your names, boys? Colin and Brady Full Swan. They replied together, both stumbling over the last name for a second. Welcome to the family. Family dinner night is usually Sunday, but your mom is graduating high school Monday, so I'm taking you three for dinner that night. Dress nice because it'll be fancier than just the diner. He gruffly tells them. Yes, Grandpa. Colin answered. Okay, Pops. Brady agrees. I nearly giggled at the look on Charlie's face when he heard their titles for him. He was almost poleaxed before melting to quiet pride and acceptance. Well, can we light the fire and eat before it gets too cold? Kim, Jared's imprint, asks. A cheer in favor erupted, followed by the roar of growling stomachs. Okay, ladies and elders first. Then you ravenous lot can annihilate the rest. I call out. You heard the mama. Fall into line and serve up. Sam bellowed half-jokingly. Everybody proceeded to serve up and find seats around the fire pit. Sam lit it before he settled in with his own plate. Well, now I have a conundrum. The twins haven't heard the legends since they became part of this group, but we don't tell them to outsiders. Billy teased. Oh, come now, Billy. You know your grandpa told them as bedtime stories when Dad would sleep over when you were kids. We have no outsiders sitting here. I countered. He sighed. I guess you're right. Guess I can retell them since he's already heard them. He looks around dramatically as if someone would object. No one did. So we ate, and when Billy finished his plate he began to tell about Taha Aki. The stories echoed with power as they poured forth. The fire and its smoke seeming to shift and dance into images to depict the events. I watched Charlie as it came to the discussion of the treaty with the Cold Ones. The smoke showed the Cullens pretty clearly if you paid attention, but I wondered if he would catch it. When the usual stories were finished, Billy cleared his throat. We have a new legend to tell. Everybody looked at him. Most do not walk away from the Cold Ones when contact is made. They become food or are turned into one. This is the legend of a girl who has met many and lived. Billy preambled. He started weaving the new tale. This the legend of a girl from the far south. She struggled and toiled her life away for the sake of others before she could escape and be closer to the people of La Push. But before she could even settle into life nearby, Cold Ones set their eyes on her. She became their obsession. Other Cold Ones crossed paths with her obsessors and they too coveted her. In a sick, twisted game, the girl fought off one of them, nearly dying, and even had been bitten by it. The original Cold Ones killed off the attacker and saved her life, but their reign of obsession grew. She was saved from turning but was now caught in the web of lies, deceit and abuse the Cold Ones had woven just for her. Only 2 of them were abusing her while the rest of their group ignored her or tolerated her presence. But when she had an accidental injury in front of them, one lost control and nearly hurt the girl. One of her abusers flung her out of the attacker's way only to add injuries to her. She fell into a glass table covered in crystal settings. The group left except for the strongest of them. He healed her wound meticulously with tweezers, needle and thread and gauze. Her abusers decided their fun wasn't worth the cost if others got to drain her first. So days later she was abandoned and verbally abused in the process. Now the girl in her home had been saturated in her abuser's stench to the point it took months to clear from her system. With life returning she became reckless like addicts in withdrawal might. Dangerous stunts and adrenaline-fueling actions just to feel. But one such action brought her abuser's attention, thinking the game would never be taken up again. The abuser came to investigate while the other flew far away to be killed. Events unfolded so that the abusers were reunited with the girl and the game started anew. But now the girl was wise. She knew what they were doing and fought harder. She now had allies with the newest Quileute protectors and found solace and safety in their care. Eventually the girl managed to escape from the Cold Ones and get to the protectors. The Cold Ones had left her alone to go hunt together. She jumped at the chance and made it to safety. Then the truth of her involvement came to light. Why she was around them. The Cold Ones figured out what she had done and raced back to retrieve her. She confessed the full truth to the group of them. The leader took offense and killed her biggest abuser and promised to deal with the other. Now the girl knew other Cold Ones had it out for her, so she extracted the promise they would be dealt with so she could live her human life free of them. She chose life and will be cared for by the protectors. By the end Charlie was white as a ghost. He looked at me and I could see the turmoil wreaking havoc within him. "That's you," he states. I nod. "It's all true." He asks. Another nod. "Are your sons protectors?" "Yes," I whisper. His eyes go wide. "Show me. Any volunteers?" I ask the group. Quill pops up and moves away so he won't cause harm. Really not even gonna move out of view to strip and shift. Leah demands with humor. He wants to see, and this pair of cut-offs have just about had it anyway. Quill answers before he concentrates. With that he shakes and blurs. His pants rip and in his place stands a huge chocolate wolf. "Go ahead and check him out, Dad." It's still Quill. Just fluffy. I urge him. "Oh, I don't doubt it." He chokes out. "Phoenix was a lie to keep you safe. 3 strangers saw me with Edward and decided they wanted to eat me. I needed to protect you. So Alice and her husband took me away. But the tracker followed. He broke into Renee's house and used an old home move to convince me he had her. Trade me for her and all that. He tortured and beat me in my old ballet studio. He bit me just as Edward showed up. Carlisle stopped the bleeding and Edward sucked out the venom that causes the change. When I told you I saw huge wolves, the pack saved me from the second of the 3. The third, the Cullens said they would take care of, as well as the vampire royalty that governs them. They demand I be turned, but now I am protected by the pack so I can stay human since they are supernatural too. You deserve to be told the whole truth. You just had much of it told as a legend. I elaborated on what he had heard so far. You say they abused you, he trailed off. I repeated everything I had told the pack and the Cullens. I am so sorry. And now you can't even come home, can you? The stink of them still fills the house. He guessed. I nodded. Yeah, I can't deal with it. I want my things, but not enough to expose myself to the remnants of their control. It was germ warfare and I was the victim. The only abuse I never received was sexual. Alice has a husband and Edward is Victorian. So no premarital sex or intimacy, thank the spirits. Thank goodness for small favors. He breathes out. Wait, so he was over 100 years old? He demands. 106. I confirm. That's statutory. He exclaimed. He's dead completely now, so what does it matter? Carlisle killed him right in front of us. Burned to ashes. I replied. They are all complicit. He pressed. And have a lawyer on retainer that can help them disappear. Why borrow more trouble? I challenged. What about the other vampires? He points out. Well, the redhead, Victoria, is based in Seattle from what I've witnessed with the news. She seems to be making an army to come take out the Cullens and the pack to get me. And the kings in Italy, well, Carlisle lived with them for a while and left on good terms. He assured us I would be safe. I recited. So now you can stay human and raise the kids. He asks for reassurance. That's the plan. I didn't want to become one of them. The kings demanded it and Edward would only comply if I married him. I refused continually. We were at a stalemate. I won. I told them. My forgotten phone buzzed. Puzzled, I pulled it out. It was an alert from my personal bank account that I had the bulk of my savings in that not even Charlie knew about. I was a multi-millionaire, almost a billionaire. I was still puzzled. An email came in. It was from Jasper. Miss Bella, I am writing to inform you that the bulk of Edward's worth goes to you in restitution for the despicable acts he and my late wife used upon you. The use of hunting abilities like the allure and pheromones is a huge law break. I don't know how they got that past era when y'all were in Italy, but it is a killing offense. Once Edward's land holdings are liquidized, the worth will as well be apportioned to you. You are the closest he had to a mate and we are affording the compensation that right would afford you. Victoria has been eliminated and her upstart of a newborn army as well. The kings agree that the pack protection gives you the means to live outside the kill or change law. Lucky you have that loophole. Carlisle has been conscripted into service to the crown for the next 100 years in place of his children's crimes. Esme has gone with him. Emmett and Rosalie are taking the opportunity to get away and find life on their own. They wish you well. I will keep track of the rest of Edward's property management and will of course send the proceeds of sales to you. At your service, Major Jasper Andrew Whitlock. I sat agape, my phone laying precariously in my limp hand. What is it, little sister? Sam asks. As Edward's claimed mate, I have been given his wealth in restitution for his abuse. The properties he owns will be sold off and the payments will be afforded to me. I'm a multi-millionaire and will probably be a billionaire before long. The Cullens are disbanded. Carlisle and Esme to serve the kings to serve for the crimes Alice and Edward committed. Alice has been killed. The redhead is gone. Jasper is going back to Texas where his own people are. He was only with the Cullens because of Alice. He will handle everything and send me the money. It's already in my account. I whispered. Well, we are not telling your mother. Charlie says lamely. She doesn't even know about the account. I get email statements and text alerts. No paperwork has ever been seen. I have had it since I was 9. She signed thinking it was a school permission slip. And I will be giving a sizable amount to the tribe and the pack. It's only right to give back to my family and our people. I claim. Good. She doesn't deserve a penny. Charlie nods in approval. We don't need any money from you, Bella. Billy and Sam spoke at the same time. You all have done so much for me and I want to share what I have to make for better lives for the tribe and the pack. Please let me do this. I implored them. I could see them all physically back down. The monetary gift would be accepted even grudgingly. As the fire died down and the evening got cold, everybody disbanded, heading to their homes. Charlie stepped up to the boys. Take care of your mom, boys. I expect I'll see you soon. If not before Monday. You 3 are all I have in the world. Be safe. He clapped them both on the shoulder before moving to me. Rest up and I'll see you soon, baby girl. I'll air out your room and hope your things clear out from there scent enough. He hugged me and murmured that he loved me. Love you too, Daddy. Be safe and don't you just eat pizza till Monday, you hear me? I chide him. Always am. He replies automatically. The boys and I watched Charlie make his way back toward Billy's house to head home. The evening had turned out better than I had anticipated, but now I was tired. After the roller coaster of the day I had, it was bedtime. Okay, let's go turn in at Sam and Emily's for the night. I tell the twins. My answers were a couple yawns and nods. The weekend went fairly smooth after the bonfire. But I still had not crossed the treaty line. Jasper's electronic missive may have said they had cleared out, but something niggled at the back of my mind. The next morning after the bonfire I received a second email. Miss Bella, it failed to be brought to attention, but due to some knowledge I have about you, I anticipated any choice you would make regarding your indigenous loved ones. As I had stated, the bulk of your ex's wealth went to you. What I forgot to mention is the fact that each pack member, save your sons, since I do not know their names, have been granted $500,000 each, and those with imprints recurved $1,000,000. I assume you will be moving to La Push to raise the young ones, so I took the liberty of putting $2 million into the Alpha's work account. Yes, there is notification attached specifying why and who from. You don't have to give any a dime. I also issued the tribe as a whole $10 million with an extra $5 just for the school. I remember hearing you grouse about the conditions your friends learned in. I also took the liberty of playing sizable amounts into stocks and bonds for the pack and the chief as well. Your father is included, but I have the feeling he will probably sign it over to you or his new grandsons. He strikes me as a man who works hard for his own and don't take unwanted or unearned gains. My hope is you receive this before you start to make transfers or write out checks. Live well and you will hear from me soon with the rest of your newfound wealth. Always at your service, Major Jasper Andrew Whitlock. Again I am agog at the machinations afoot. So my house that hasn't even been designed or agreed upon is paid for. My friends and the tribe are now financially sound. I made my way to the kitchen. I found the pack all staring at their phones in shock. I'm assuming they have received the money transfers from the major. It wasn't me. He anticipated that I would and did it before I could. I blurted out, "Do you know how much he gave everybody?" Sam wheezes. I nod. 2 mil on the house I will have you build for me, big brother. 1 million to the imprinted wolves, 0.5 mil to the non-imprinted, 10 mil to the tribe and 5 mil to the school. I rattle off. Billy got money direct too, but I don't know the amount. Charlie too. Only the pups didn't get anything since Jasper doesn't know their names, but from the meeting yesterday knows they are my sons. I add, how would he know that they weren't touching you and didn't speak? Quill asks, truly confused. He's pathokinetic. He could feel their emotions toward me. He easily identified that I am their mom. I explain in mild frustration. Did he not remember the explanation from Newborns 101? Embry backed me up as if hearing my thought. Dude, he told us he could do that when we were learning about newborn vamps. Hey, I was just excited to be learning vampire weaknesses firsthand. I wasn't listening, but I was watching. Quill defends himself weakly. Everybody shook their heads. Did he inform you he set up stocks and bonds in your names as well? So your money can multiply. Hell, if you all take care of your money right, you are all set for life. I resumed the conversation about the money. Really? Sam's eyes widened and shot to mine. Yep. Take your yearly income and multiply it till you get the balance in your account. You'll find it's a considerable number of years. Then with his age and knowledge of financial trends, Jasper knows what will pay generously, so the stocks are sound. I elaborate a bit, but why would he give it to us? Leah nearly whispers. Because I was going to and he knew it. So he gave the money I would have before I had the chance. I reiterated. So I have to cross the border today. Colin, Brady and I all need nice clothes for Monday. I got nervous and fidget. Where do you plan to shop? Sam asks. Just PA. They have nice enough places that should have what we need. It's not like I'm going full formal like prom or something. But I can't get anything from Charlie's for a while. Too saturated and the boys are down to just a few cutoffs and a random shirt or two. I supply matter-of-factly. So some day-to-day clothes shopping plus dress clothes for Monday, huh? Paul asked to clarify. Yes, just a couple things so I can get their sizes and preferences. Then what we need past that I'll just order online. It's not gonna but some whirlwind shopping spree that takes forever. Get in and get what we need and get out. I specified. Need any company. With all the craziness going on, there's some essentials I need. Emily offers. I could use a clothing run too. Make it a group effort. Leah joins in. Think between you and the pups we will be good, or do we need someone else to come with? I ask her. Since we are basing safety on bloodsuckers, says so best to have some more backup. Jared points out. Well then, who's willing to go shopping with Emily, me, the pups and Leah? I tease. They all go quiet as if thinking about it. We can clearly see the silent conversation taking place between all the guys. Eventually Paul sighs dramatically. Guess I'm up for fending off trouble in the shops. But only if we stop for lunch. Of course. What is a day out without food? I retort. Great, now that that's settled, let's eat. Emily says as she begins serving her own dish. As if on cue, my two sleepy heads shamble in. They live. I chuckle before we all settle in to eat. I thought the reference to Frankenstein's monster was funny. But all I got was rolled eyes. Guess it's too early for jokes. The rest of the meal went smoothly, or smoothly as pack meals go anyway. Since there were so many of us going, we had to split up into 2 cars. Colin and Brady rode with me in the truck. Paul, Leah and Emily chose to take Emily's car, which was the next biggest vehicle barring Sam's truck. The drive wasn't too bad, but as we reached the border of the reservation I became apprehensive. I had a feeling that there was something watching us. Determined not to be paranoid, I shook it off and we made the journey to town. We had already agreed to meet up at Walmart since my truck is no speed demon on the road. Shopping went quick and simple. The twins chose some slacks and button-down tops and even ties and belts from the men's clothing along with a few pairs of shorts. Emily and Leah helped me pick an outfit that wouldn't clash with the yellow monstrosity I would have to wear over it on Monday. Simply, pretty, and things I could wear again when I wanted to look nice. Some essentials were purchased just to get by till an online order could be delivered. Once all our purchases were made, we left Walmart and headed to the best-looking food option for the day. It was a Chinese food buffet that just the smell in the parking lot had me salivating like Homer Simpson. And I clearly wasn't the only one. The 4 wolves' stomachs growled with hunger. Emily and I just shared a giggle before we went in and at. With the amount of food the 6 of us packed away, we were either their best customers or we may be asked not to return. Since we couldn't understand their broken English or the slew of Cantonese they directed our way, we aren't sure. Well, now that I know what to buy for these 2, I'm done and have what I need for the next few days at least. Everybody else ready to head home? I asked the other car's occupants. They all nodded and we returned home. I still had that jiggling feeling of being watched, but I once again pushed it away. When we arrived back in Sam and Emily's, the purchased items were all put away and we spent the rest of the day relaxing before Emily and I made dinner for everyone. Sunday was spent laughing at the pack's antics. Food and laughter were abundant. Monday morning was just like any morning in the pack, but the boys and I were dressed up since we had to leave not long after breakfast to head to Forks. When I entered the kitchen after getting ready, I was met by whistles from the wolves. "Lookin' goo bells. You are going to look much better than the other graduates." Quill leers at me playfully. "You do look very nice, Bella." Sam agrees. "I doubt anyone will notice the outfit once the graduation robe is over it. It is yellow and shiny." I hedged. "I may have gotten it so it wouldn't clash, but that didn't mean anyone would comment. PSH, the robe is only covering you for an hour. I'm betting you make the girls all green with envy for looking so good." Jake snorts. He always insists I'm too self-conscious. "Well, if you think I look nice, wait till Colin and Brady come in." I say evasively, as if on the very people I mentioned walked in. Colin has chosen black slacks with a deep purple button down. Brady has chosen khakis and a dark blue button down. Both wore new tennis shoes that were simple black. Both had complementing ties to go with their outfits. The colors offset their skin tone and they were very handsome. "Well, don't you two clean up nice? Be sure to make your mama proud today." Emily gushes at the twins upon seeing them. "Okay, let's eat. Careful of dropping food. We didn't get any backups," I told them. Soon enough the 3 of us were piling into my old tank and puttering our way nearly at the speed limit to Forks. We stopped at Charlie's to make sure he was ready for the day. But before I could even fully park, Colin was growling. "Someone has been here." Not a Cullen, and if they told the truth it couldn't be the redhead or one of her followers. Brady explained. "Is Charlie inside?" I asked, getting a bit worried. Colin nodded, still on edge. "Then you are our guards. Is the scent still fresh or new?" I push for more detail. "Recent, but not exactly fresh. Like they were here within the last couple days." Colin's voice was deeper and more animalistic. "Well, let's get Charlie and go about our day. We will just have to keep an eye out for the owner of the new scent." I was racking my brain wondering who could be looking around Charlie's house. It didn't make sense. Charlie was still getting ready, so the boys stationed themselves to keep an eye on the perimeter. If we had the time I would tell you to notify the pack, but Charlie will ask questions. He just accepted that I'm moving to the res and that the world is a lot more mythical than he ever consciously knew. I tell them, "Here, Brady, call Sam and tell him. Maybe he can have whoever is on patrol come check it out." I pass my phone over. Brady kept the call short but shared the information he needed to. Just after he ended the call, Charlie came down the stairs. "Okay kids, let's go watch your mom graduate," he says with anticipation. "Sure thing, Grandpa. It's not every day family gets to celebrate smarts." Colin jokes. "Exactly. Just wish your grandma would get her head out of her ass and be here. But oh well, let's make the best of it." Charlie claps a hand on Colin's shoulder as we all head for the door. As usual, it was a short drive to the school and only Brady rode with me. Colin was keeping Charlie safe. If it's not one thing, it's another. Danger magnet, I muttered. Don't worry, Mama. Sam sent Embry to sniff it out. He has a better nose for smells. Brady tries to be reassuring. This time I don't even know who it could be. I doubt it would be the Volturi. Jasper said Carlisle is in service to the crown in favor of my staying human. Unless Arrow is going back on his word behind everyone's backs, I posited. From what you told me, he doesn't sound that underhanded, Mama. Brady was trying to calm me by being logical. Only because I'm immune to his gift doesn't mean he isn't underhanded. Other gifts were tried on me too while I was in the castle, but nothing worked. One of the guards can break and make relationship ties between people. But it's mental as well as physical, so it didn't work. I know he tried to have her use it. I saw the head shake when she failed. His face flinched into displeasure for a split second. I was working myself up and it was not good. We got this, okay. After the ceremony and supper with Gramps, we will email the empath and see if it could be Arrow. I doubt it is, because from what you have said it would be more than one scouting you outright. Brady says softly. I nodded. At least 2 if not 3. Usually 3, so that no one gets out of line and the target is brought back unharmed if it's a retrieval mission. Well, this is 1 cent. It's kind of like the Cullens, but not. Maybe they share the same diet. Brady thinks aloud. The only ones who share the diet are in Alaska. They claim them as cousins. I tell him. We pulled into the school lot and parked. Conversation over for now. Knowing I needed to find my robes and join my class, one hugged Charlie and the boys. Stay sharp and be safe. Of course. Brady pipes up. Well duh, Mama. Colin quips. Always am. Charlie chuckles. With that I left them in search of the next steps through this day. Oh great, the bike of Forks High and her gossip monger's sidekick. I plaster a smile on my face as I drew closer to them. Gee Bella, who are the cuties that showed up with you and your dad? Figure they would have better taste than to be near you. Lauren sneered. All you need to know, Lauren, is that they are off limits to you. They are just a couple kids I took under my wing for personal reasons. Go near them and Charlie will be having words with you through the jail cell bars. I retort. You sure moved on quick from Edward. What he come to his senses and bolt? Jessica's whiny voice cuts in. If you must know, Edward was a control freak and abusive. He left because he was sent to a facility. All those times I got hurt when I was with him were not accidental, and I am not that clumsy. And I'm not dating or sleeping with anyone. Like I said, I took them in. I informed them firmly before walking away, making my way toward the gym. Before I could reach my goal, Lauren came Rooney G up behind me. Is that true? Is that why you broke so bad when they left? She actually seemed concerned. Yeah, I didn't see the truth about how toxic it all was back then. Then he came back and it was even worse. Did you know he even dictated what I ate? Why do you think I lost weight? I was defensive but didn't hold back the truth either. Oh my God, Bella, who knew he was that twisted? I'm sorry it was you, but I'm glad it wasn't anybody else either. Lauren was shaken by the new revelation that the school heartthrob was psycho. I get what you mean, Lauren. Let's go, graduate. I change the subject and continue on my way. We met up with Angela and the day progressed as it should. Jessica made her speech as valedictorian, spouting about who makes life choices at 18 and what we should be when we grow up. It was inspired. As the class was called to get their diplomas, there was a pause where Edward and Alice should have been called. Their empty seats were obvious to the whole gym. The procession went on, and once finished we all moved our tassels over and most then threw their caps in the air. As I made my way over to Charlie and the pack, they all showed up without even telling me, but that just warmed my heart. Mike Newton jogged over. So Bella, I heard you and Cullen split, he said in lieu of a greeting. I rolled my eyes toward Charlie and the pack, knowing Mike didn't see. We did break up, Mike. What's that got to do with anything? I was losing my patience with him. 2 years straight of him trying to ask me out and break me and Edward up. 2 years of being hit on. I'm done. Well, we have all summer before I leave for school, and I was hoping you would spend some of that time with me. Would you be willing to date me? Mike was hopeless, like a dog who still comes for attention even if it's negative. Mike, I've tried the nice approach and I've been subtle. Hell, most of the time that you have asked me on dates I was with someone else. You need to get a clue. Even if you had been the only single guy here at Forks High, you never stood a snowflake's chance in hell. I don't find you attractive, and I don't think you are a great guy. You are a clingy, nosy, and pathetic jerk who has no respect for others. You were dating Jessica for over a year only because I told you she liked you. Even then you still badgered me for dates when she was your girlfriend. Let it into your thick skull. No means no, and I have said it too many times for you not to pay attention. Oh, and tell your mom I quit. I turned away from him, effectively dismissing him. I could still see him in my periphery. He was squawking like a bird and his mouth was flopping like a fish. Clearly indignant, but couldn't says anything. Having heard me, Lauren rushes over. Mike, go see your mom or something. God, I knew you hounding her was creepy, but geez. You were about as bad as Cullen was. Lauren pushed him away from me. Don't worry, Bella, I'll tell his mom you quit and why. You know he'll try to spin it in his favor. Lauren assures me before walking away, pushing and pulling Mike along with her. Damn little mama, you sure told him. Sam smiles, bursting with pride. Well, it seemed better than telling him. Okay, but only if you want to be a dad at 18. I giggled. Ouch, Bella, that was harsh. Poor Marshmallow never stood a chance. Jake chuckles. Was that really necessary, Bells? Charlie asks. Honestly, Dad, yeah, it was. That sniveling brat has been hounding me for a date for 2 years and couldn't take no for an answer. I told him Jessica liked him, which she did, in hopes that dating someone else would make him stop bothering me. It didn't. When she was not around or busy talking to someone else, he would ask me on dates behind her back. The one time I said yes it was supposed to be a group outing with all our friends, but he convinced half of them it was cancelled and the other half got the flu. So it was me, him and Jake. I spouted off. Yeah, and the cupcake vomited halfway through the movie and we had to leave. He even tried the yawn and stretch. Bella switched seats with me when he did that. Jake guffawed at the memory. Really? Well then I guess you did all right telling him off. Charlie grudgingly approved. Just then Mrs. Newton came charging over. You little hussy. You have no right to bother my son with your outlandish behavior. He is a good boy and girls like you need to just leave him be. She got in my face. Excuse me, but what do you mean girls like me? I asked her through my teeth. Sluts who lay with anyone who will give them the time of day. She spewed at me. Who made that accusation? I pressed. My Mikey. She replied. Ask Lauren Mallory the truth. I told her. She claims it is all Mike pursuing you. Why should I believe her? She seems confused. Because I was in a serious monogamous relationship for the last 2 years and your son has not respected my refusal to date him. I was nice and even subtle. I even set him up with a friend to make him leave me alone. He kept pressing the issue and today it came to a head. I have lost my patience with your precious son. I don't find him attractive and never have. He has no respect for relationships, his own or other people's. If he approaches me again, I'll have him arrested for harassment. I also wish to inform you I quit. Your store has been a toxic environment with his advances toward me endlessly. I nearly growled, I was so mad at this idiocy. Well, I never. You little bitch. My son is too good for the likes of you. She screeched at me. Whoa now, Mrs. Newton. There is no cause for name calling. I happen to know she is telling the truth. Your son has called my house numerous times asking for Bella when she was not home. He has constantly called and even asked my permission to take her out on dates even when I knew he was seeing the Stanley girl. I too gave him negative responses and after a while I wouldn't even answer the phone when his number came up on the caller ID at home. It's not healthy or right, his fixation on my daughter. Now go about your day and leave us alone. You can be sure if you or your son continue to bother us I will air legal action. Now good day. Charlie dismisses her. Just like her son she squawks and flops her mouth, but before anyone else could approach the pack, Charlie and I walk away. We will see you later, little sister. Enjoy supper with your dad. Sam tells me as he and the other go to leave. If you have a surprise planned for when we get home, no outsiders please. I implore him. I'll make sure of it. Sam winks. Okay kids, let's head on out. I made a reservation at the lodge for the 4 of us. Charlie heads toward the parking lot. I take off my robe finally and fold it up with my cap. We make our way to our vehicles only to find my truck vandalized with silly string and puffy paint. Unlike my classmates who got well wishes and our graduation date, I got slurs and derogatory names. Nev Mars fans think of Ronnie's car after Shelley Pomeroy's party. Rather than break down, I climb the cab of the truck and grab my purse. Inside I had silly string I had been convinced would be fun to have on graduation day. Never bet against the evil pixie's comments, I guess. This was the last one I knew of. The boys were shaking with anger. Dad was turning purple, he was so aggravated. Well, let's go. We have reservations for dinner. I try to act like things are still peachy. So you aren't even going to give this attention? It's slander. Charlie blustered. Take pictures and video for evidence if it makes you feel better, Dad. But I'm going to fix the spelling and grammar before we leave. So do what you need to do quickly. I tell him. Immediately his phone was out and he was snapping pictures of every inch of the graffiti on my truck. After he finished, I took my van of silly string and did just what I said. I corrected the grammar and spelling before climbing in the cab and preparing to drive away. Brady chose to ride with me this time and Colin moved to ride with Charlie. I followed Charlie on the road to the lodge. We enjoyed our meals and I promised the boys a bigger dinner once we went home if the pack listened about not making a big deal about today. But I'm sure there would be a bonfire waiting when we got home. After dinner at the lodge we went back to Charlie's place. I'm telling you, Bells, I'm fine and plan to just stay home for the night. I know you will be having fun with your friends, but now I want to have Deputy Marks help me figure out who messed with your truck. In fact, leave it here and take my truck. I rarely drive it since I always work. Charlie rants at me. I had tried to ask him to come down to the res since I didn't know if the new vampire the boys smelled would return. If I take your truck, I'm either having one of the boys riding in the bed or sending one home on 4 feet. If you come down with us, then you can leave me your truck as you drive back with mine. Then you and Deputy Marks can mess with it and I won't be stuck. I countered. He sighed and raked his hand over his face. Fine, I'll drive down in my truck and one of the boys can ride with me. I'll bring your truck back with me and the department will get this all straightened out. He caved. Good. I looked to the boys and silently asked if the new scent was refreshed yet. They both shook their heads and I relaxed. Well, that's a good thing. Hopefully they stay gone, but with my luck it's doubtful. Since you aren't coming back to live, I boxed up your stuff, kiddo. It's all ready to load. Bed and all are broken down for transport too. Charlie told me. Guess it saves a trip tomorrow. Colin, Brady, could you help Dad and I clear it out to the trucks? It may still need airing out and some of it is going to the charity shop. I asked even though I knew they would help. Sure enough, between the 4 of us, the bedroom that had been mine for the last 18.5 years was barren. A loose board caught my eye as I took one last perusal of my former sanctuary. I moved it and crouched down to get a better look. I could see it could come free easily, so I gripped an edge and tugged. What I found nearly made me snarl. Everything he had taken from me when he left after my birthday. He replaced much of it when he came back, but to know I had it in my possession their whole time cheesed me off. The pictures, the CD that I immediately snapped in half, the birthday gifts. All of it right there. I took the lot of it out and carried it down to the living room. Colin, could you set up a burn pit in the yard, please? Just a small one. There's a few things I need to take care of. I called out. What do you need burned, Bells? Charlie asked. Things I thought long gone, that's all. I said with lack of care. Cullen-related things. Charlie guesses. Gifts from my birthday and pictures. I don't need the reminders. Life is better now and will continue to be better without their memories. I tell him. Well then, all the more reason to burn it all. He mused. Pit's all ready to light, Ma. Brady yells from the back door. Be right out. Charlie followed me out the door to the pit that Colin and Brady had built. As soon as I stepped out, the boys growled. Why does all that smell like him? Brady asked. He stole it and hid it from me when he left me after my birthday. The night Sam found me. Turns out it was under a board in the floor. I explained. Colin nodded and shook his lighter, indicating he needed a starter. I pulled out the plane tickets I was supposed to use to visit Renee. He lit them up and put them in the pit, lighting the small pile of wood he had gathered. But so as not to smother the flame, I added it all into the fire. The only things left were a box I had never opened at the party and the necklace Alice had Rosalie give me. Opening the last gift I found what would have made my life. It was my own Cullen crest. It was on a delicate bracelet much like the heart diamond and the carved wolf one I used to wear. The necklace from Rosalie was actually nice and I decided to keep it. The crest, however, I needed to get a hold of Jasper and have him take it off my hands or something. Put out the fire when the items I put in are ash. We need to get home. I bet Sam is gonna call soon. I decide. As if on cue my phone goes off. Hello. Hey little sister. Sorry if I'm interrupting your family dinner yet. Just wondering on a time frame for you to be home. Sam sounds like he hopes he's being subtle. Just stopped at Charlie's. Had a mini bonfire for some leech reminders. We will be on our way soon. Brady is putting the fire out now. I informed him with a chuckle. Good then. So you should be here in half an hour give or take since it is your truck after all. Sam always has to ding my truck. Don't hate the truck, but yeah, about half an hour. I chastise him. Okay, see you when you get here. I could hear him smile as he hung up. Thinks he's so slick. Your alpha needs to learn more subtlety. I'm guessing Emily is just about done cooking and needed to know how much longer he needed to keep the pack in check. I laughed telling Colin and Brady. Subtlety only works when sneaking up on the enemy mama. Colin states. Well, if he wanted a celebratory bonfire to be a surprise, he shouldn't be so obvious. I giggle, and he thought Emily would be the one to blow the surprise. That's why he's been the one talking to you. Brady blabs. Well, let's get going if all they are missing to get the party started is us. I say, walking back into the house. You sure you want me there, kiddo? Charlie asks again, hoping to be let off the hook and he can stay home to watch whatever sports show that is probably on. Well, you do have half my possessions in the back of your truck, Dad. Besides, why would I exclude you from celebrating? Dinner was just for us and that was a wonderful thing, but the bonfire is everybody important in my life, that includes you. I tell him. You put it that way. He trails off and grabs a jacket so he will stay warm as evening approaches. Once again we get our little caravan on the move. The twins are riding shotgun and switched vehicles once more. Crossing the treaty line made me relax again. It was a sense of peace and homecoming settled over me. Just as Sam had joked, it took half an hour to get to their house. Everybody came to greet us but stopped short when they saw the graffiti on my truck. Who did this? Paul bellowed. I'm not sure. It could be Jessica since she has always been two-faced. But beyond her I don't know. Dad is taking my truck once it's unloaded. He is gonna investigate and have his deputy help. I let everyone know. Why would she attack your truck like this? Leah asked. She had been on patrol earlier so she hadn't witnessed the whole incident with Mike at grad. Mike Newton tried asking me out again. Her up until recently boyfriend. He came up to me when the ceremony was over. I guess she saw or heard him try talking before I tore into him and flew into a jealous rage. I shrugged. Wait, you tore into somebody? You, tiny, unassuming, can't hurt a fly much less a cold one, you. Leah laughed in surprise. Oh hell yeah she did. She nearly made him cry before Lauren pulled him away back to his mama. Paul just about crowed with pride. I liked it better when Dad chewed out his mother when she believed his bullshit. I muttered. What about his mother? Jared, who has also been on patrol, asked. That woman thinks the sun rises and sets on her little brat. So when that other girl got him away from Belle's he went crying to her saying Bella was being fast and fresh. From the sounds of it the Mallory girl tried to set her right but she only believed himself so she came tearing over and got in Belle's face. I told her if she or her son come near Belle's ever again I'll bring them in on harassment charges. The pack and I told her that we witnessed him try to pressure her into a date and Bella turning him down. That she has refused him repeatedly in the past. I also told her he has no respect for relationships, his or others, if he pursued Belle's while with Jessica or not. Charlie was on a roll. She just squawked and flopped her jaw like her son. We walked away before she could screech any more at us. He finished up, clearly still riled up about it all. So Jessica could think you're breaking the friend code and taking her sloppy seconds. Leah asked to clarify. She is the only one I can think of. Lauren had my back today so only Jessica fits, to be honest. I explained the logic. Who needs friends like that? Emily scrunched up her nose in displeasure. I was never close with them. Just Angela, but they were all at our lunch table. I have information to cut them all off at the knees if I wish, but I like to think I'm better than that. I confessed. How did you get the information? Charlie asked. My mind-reading puppeteer. Who else? I quipped sardonically. He told you those kinds of things. Why? Charlie was confused. So I could prove to him how good a person I am by not stooping so low as to reveal their secrets. Like a morality test. Except it was daily. I tell him. So you would know who partied and got into trouble. Charlie was leading this somewhere. More like who they thought was hot, or who was in the closet. Or who snuck to Seattle and got plastic surgery over break. I answered. Nothing about the wild and crazy parties or girls in trouble. He asked. No. He was Victorian dad. Anything that was inappropriate by Victorian standards was sneered at or ignored, but rarely shared with me since. Ladies should never be made aware of such things, I defended. I think I knew what he wanted to know. A baby had been clichély abandoned at the prom in the girls' bathroom. And I did know who and why. It wasn't for the reasons he thought though. It wasn't partying gone wrong. It was abuse and the aftermath. The mother didn't want to be known or have the abuse see the light of day. Well, if you do know them, I need to hear it. There's a baby that needs a blood transfusion and the hospital needs to find a match. They would prefer to find a family member. Charlie pressed. I don't know who the prom baby's mom is, Dad. I told him evenly. I was almost shocked I wasn't blushing or having a panic attack. Charlie harumphed and the pack unpacked the trucks of my things. Since they could still smell the Cullens, the boxes and things were stacked on a pallet by the garage and covered with a tarp to avoid water damage. The bonfire was ready to be lit and the assembly had been done before we had gotten to the house. Hopefully Emily's cooking didn't get cold waiting for the party to start. I sighed. Like that would happen, little sister. Sam laughed. We all ended up enjoying the night around the fire, telling funny stories and laughing at the goofy antics of some of the pack. Charlie left before it got too late. He needed to talk to Deputy Marks and process the truck before anyone could mess with it any more than I had. As the night drew to a close, the pack all helped clean up and bring containers back to Sam and Emily's place. Between the two of us, Emily and I washed the dishes quickly. Before crawling into bed, I was already planning the next day. First to the Atira store to see about the job with Quill's mom. Then to the house to see old Quill for the apartment keys. From there down to the council hall to get the boys' adoption papers straightened away. Busy day ahead. I'm already tired. I woke up before the sunrise and dug around the kitchen for everything I would need. I started 2 separate yeast bread recipes. One sweet and the other not quite right for bread. As the yeast activated, I started chopping potatoes, onions and peppers. Once I had enough, I moved on to lining baking sheets with bacon and preheating the oven. After the doughs were incorporated and kneaded respectively each into their own large greased bowls, one started cooking off the prepped foods. In another pan I put some bratwursts and half an inch of water. In a large wok I started a large amount of oil to heat. I pulled a pound of butter out of the fridge and put it in the microwave, turning it and flipping it every few seconds till the edges softened. Personally, I hate this method and it can mean you end up with liquid centers if it heats too long. Once I took it out, I put it in a bowl and used a fork to whip it into a silky smooth spread. I set it aside and check on all the pans. The oil is still cool, the brats are starting to cook. I stir the potato mix and I leave the oven shut to keep the bacon cooking. The doughs have risen. I punch down the plain dough before setting it aside once more. The sweetened batch I turn out on the counter before rolling it out into a rectangle. Taking the butter, I coat the stretched out dough. In another bowl, one quickly mix some brown sugar and cinnamon. This I sprinkle liberally over the butter-coated dough. Very carefully I roll the dough into a log. With a quick check of the cooking dishes, I run and get the flavorless floss from the bathroom and take a good portion off. I use the length of floss to cut rounds off the log. Each round I put into a greased pan till the log is gone. The pans I set aside to rise. The bacon is done, so I pull it out of the oven and put it on a paper towel-lined plate before popping into the warming drawer under the oven. That's what the drawer is for. It's not to hold pot and pan lids. Lol, the oven's temperature is changed to accommodate the next recipe. The oil on the stove is finally up to temperature for cooking. Oil moves but doesn't boil. Like waves under the surface. Before I begin the process of cooking in the oil, I drain off the water from the brats and let them brown off. The potato mix of course is kept a close eye on so it cooks thoroughly without burning or caking to the pan. The pans of cinnamon rolls are pooped into the oven. Satisfied that everything is cooking well, I finally pull balls of dough from the bowl one had set aside. Each one I stretched to rounds maybe 1/3 of an inch thick, dripping them in the oil carefully, staggering the drop times so they don't stick together. As each piece browns and fluffs up, I flip them, ideally 3 minutes a side or golden brown. The brats get flipped to brown the other sides. The potatoes get plated up and join the bacon. The cinnamon rolls finish baking and are pulled out and set aside. I finish frying up the other dough. The brats join the rest in the warmer. I cover the oil with foil before putting it on a far back burner to cool. In a bowl one mix sugar with some water and vanilla extract. Once it had the right consistency, I pour it over the pans of rolls. By now I know I'm not alone. I turn around and sure enough the pack is all standing there watching me. "Well, set the table," I order. I nearly laughed at the scramble to get the table set. The serving plates are extracted from the warmer and put on the table along with the fry bread and the cinnamon rolls. "Wow, Bella, I have never had a kitchen this quiet for breakfast," Emily teases. I woke up before the sunrise and dug around the kitchen for everything I would need. I started 2 separate yeast bread recipes. One sweet and the other not quite right for bread. As the yeast activated, I started chopping potatoes, onions and peppers. Once I had enough, I moved on to lining baking sheets with bacon and preheating the oven. After the doughs were incorporated and kneaded respectively each into their own large greased bowls, one started cooking off the prepped foods. In another pan I put some bratwursts and 1/2 inch of water. In a large wok I started a large amount of oil to heat. I pulled a pound of butter out of the fridge and put it in the microwave, turning it and flipping it every few seconds till the edges softened. Personally, I hate this method and it can mean you end up with liquid centers if it heats too long. Once I took it out, I put it in a bowl and used a fork to whip it into a silky smooth spread. I set it aside and check on all the pans. The oil is still cool, the brats are starting to cook. I stir the potato mix and I leave the oven shut to keep the bacon cooking. The doughs have risen. I punch down the plain dough before setting it aside once more. The sweetened batch I turn out on the counter before rolling it out into a rectangle. Taking the butter, I coat the stretched out dough. In another bowl one quickly mix some brown sugar and cinnamon. This I sprinkle liberally over the butter-coated dough. Very carefully I roll the dough into a log. With a quick check of the cooking dishes, I run and get the flavorless floss from the bathroom and take a good portion off. I use the length of floss to cut rounds off the log. Each round I put into a greased pan till the log is gone. The pans I set aside to rise. The bacon is done, so I pull it out of the oven and put it on a paper towel lined plate before popping into the warming drawer under the oven. That's what the drawer is for. It's not to hold pot and pan lids. Lol, the oven's temperature is changed to accommodate the next recipe. The oil on the stove is finally up to temperature for cooking. Oil moves but doesn't boil. Like waves under the surface. Before I begin the process of cooking in the oil, I drain off the water from the brats and let them brown off. The potato mix of course is kept a close eye on so it cooks thoroughly without burning or caking to the pan. The pans of cinnamon rolls are pooped into the oven. Satisfied that everything is cooking well, I finally pull balls of dough from the bowl one had set aside. Each one I stretched to rounds maybe 1/3 of an inch thick, dripping them in the oil carefully, staggering the drop times so they don't stick together. As each piece browns and fluffs up, I flip them, ideally 3 minutes a side or golden brown. The brats get flipped to brown the other sides. The potatoes get plated up and join the bacon. The cinnamon rolls finish baking and are pulled out and set aside. I finish frying up the other dough. The brats join the rest in the warmer. I cover the oil with foil before putting it on a far back burner to cool. In a bowl one mix sugar with some water and vanilla extract. Once it had the right consistency, I pour it over the pans of rolls. By now I know I'm not alone. I turn around and sure enough the pack is all standing there watching me. "Well, set the table," I order. I nearly laughed at the scramble to get the table set. The serving plates are extracted from the warmer and put on the table along with the fry bread and the cinnamon rolls. "Wow, Bella, I have never had a kitchen this quiet for breakfast," Emily teases. The following days were busy. The boys were on patrol almost daily to get to know the pack's patterns and the dynamics. I was going through my things with a scarf over my mouth and nose. What I chose to keep was put into the wash and the rest was bagged to go to charity. I was even wearing gloves so I didn't have to touch anything until it was cleaned. My bedding and bed had been scrapped. Actually, the pack burned it all and then took the leftover scrap metal to the landfill. Curtains too, once I realized the manipulative ones had to touch them every time they went in and out of the window. I simply ordered replacements of all my linens and things that had been contaminated beyond salvaging. Anything the crystal ball he purchased for me was bagged. I had no qualms in getting rid of all the high-end fashion she forced on me. Who the hell wears tweed or even gingham these days? It wasn't even vintage or retro, so it was just odd as hell. Even the silk, satin and cashmere were all horrible. Luxurious to the touch, sure, but the styles and colors were muted and undesirable. Once my belongings were sorted, I had Sam's help in loading the non-keep items all into the back of a truck and hauling it to the charity shop. I don't know if he did or if the pack had another bonfire with it all, and I don't really care. Everything I decided to keep was cleansed and stored in new boxes to make the trip to the apartment. Since the boys and I needed new beds, I ordered them online as well. Please, please, please don't do this. You need to get a feel for the firmness or softness you desire. Do the footwork and check around. I used to sell beds and I had to do many return transactions because someone ordered off the website and picked it up at the store only to go home and hate the mattress they ordered. Seeing as the boys would only need the bunk beds for the length of time at the apartment, I just got simple mid-range firmness mattresses, and if they didn't like them we could go from there on whether they wanted and needed more firm or softer. For myself, I got ultra firm with a soft pillow top, and I lucked out and it was flippable. Most if not all pillow top mattresses are not flippable these days. I figured as soon as they were delivered we could move into the apartment. I may have splurged a bit and got next day delivery, but I knew my uncle worried about his daughter-in-law being the only employee at the store. Now I know it's odd that I'm a multimillionaire but still choose to work. But just doing school work and housework would have me going bananas within a couple weeks. Besides, why not help out family? I plan to refuse a salary anyway. Since the mattresses should arrive tomorrow, that makes tonight our last night as Sam and Emily's semi-permanent house guests. So as a thank you, I decided to cook dinner. I started my fry bread dough since it takes an hour and a half to proof once I combine it and knead it. Once it was set out of the way in a greased bowl covered with cheesecloth, one had some time to kill before I needed to prepare my mise en place. Okay, I think I have officially watched too many cooking shows if I used that term. It's just fancy for saying prep work. I spent 20 minutes just thinking of the next steps in our lives. We would move into the apartment and the boys would go back to school and we would work with our pack family to keep our people safe. Sam and his construction crew would eventually build the house she and the boys needed. I would work with Joy in the store and help anyone I could if they needed assistance. Life would settle down and go on. The thought that I could live and enjoy it was heartwarming. The dawn of a new day used to make me nearly apoplectic. Now I could greet the new day as a new lease on life. I began pulling onions, lettuce, tomatoes, cheese, and ground beef from the fridge. The meat I let rest while chopping, diving, grating and shredding the vegetables, fruit and cheese. In a pan I cooked down the meat, adding in taco seasoning and water before cooking off the water. I covered the pan with foil and set it aside. In a pot I began heating refried beans. Once that too was hot, I covered it and set it aside. I got my deep pan filled with oil heating up. The dough had proofed well. It stood over the top of the bowl a couple inches, threatening to overflow. I punched it down and began frying it in large pieces as close to the size of a dinner plate as I could get. The closer I got to finish, the pack trickled in and I had to fight them off with a wooden spoon to keep them out of the food. Emily came into the kitchen and offered to help me if I needed it. I asked her to set up assembly. Once the bowl of dough had been fried off, I shit off the oil and with Emily's help assembled the first round of plates. Each piece was smeared with refried beans and topped with meat. The rest was added to taster preferences. Plates were filed out with knives and forks. With a last-minute gasp I dashed to the fridge and pulled out salsa and sour cream as well. You never know what people want on their Indian tacos. Once again it was a fairly quiet meal. Only chewing and utensil noises were heard. Some moans and groans of appreciation as well, of course. How is it your tacos are better than powwow vendors? Paul asked incredulously. I shrugged. Freshly made. Prep was done shortly before assembly, not earlier in the day. That's my best guess, I answered. What made you choose to cook, little sister? Sam asked. Well, the deliveries are arriving at the apartment tomorrow. The boys and I will be moving in and putting together our furniture that needs it. I figure by the time we have that done we will just crash. I wanted to cook as a thank you for having the boys and I staying with you until we could get our feet under us. I bit my lip hoping it wouldn't upset him. That's great that your things are coming. Keep in mind this home is always open to you regardless of the apartment being where you live. Sam said softly. You boys too. This home is for Pack. Sam looked around the table meeting everybody's gaze. The evening was filled with laughter and stories about goofy incidents that happened in the Pack. Like Quill sticking his face in a skunk nest not long after he first phased because he didn't recognize the smell with his new senses. Eventually it wound down and the Pack went their separate ways for the night. The boys and I went through our nighttime routines and went to bed. My rest was not easy. I was stuck in a dream filled with forest, but I was running towards something, someone. I knew I didn't have much time, but I had to get there. Eventually Charlie's house appeared ahead. Why would I be running to his house? I burst into the house still feeling the need to get to whatever was my destination. I sped up the stairs and barged into Charlie's bedroom and I couldn't see him. He was being hovered over by someone. Blonde hair and golden eyes flashed to me. I didn't know who she was. I burst awake calling out for Charlie. The boys grumbled sleepily. What is it, Mama? Brady asked. Someone needs to check Charlie's house. The vampire was there. I was worried. Whoever she is might hurt him. Even slip up and drain him. I can phase and ask whoever is patrolling. Colin offered. Please, was all I could say. Colin slipped out of the room. A couple minutes passed before he came back. It was Paul and Embry. Paul said he would check. He is the closest. Colin told us. I almost hope the howl goes up. But I don't want to find out the vampire hurt him. I whispered. The Pack is here for you, Mama. Don't worry. We will get whoever it is. Brady said as he rubbed my back. I just nodded. I knew I wasn't facing this alone, but I didn't like having this feeling of dread and helplessness. Within minutes the howls went up. The boys dashed out and I heard Sam rush out after them. Emily and I met in the kitchen. Vampire. Emily said simply. I dreamt of it. They were at Charlie's. I told her. You dreamt it was there? She asked in shock. Yeah. Dreamed of the Pack and about the truth of the Cullens too. I had always been aware my dreams could come true or be clarifying things in my life. Have you had other dreams like that? She asked. When I was small I dreamed of the desert and days later Renee and I moved. Before I moved up here I had dreamed of the forest. All the green and rain. I don't usually tell people. I did in first grade and was called weird. I explained. The only precognitive dreams in the Pack are usually of the futures involved in imprints. Emily said. Like weddings, kids, and years of happiness. I asked. Exactly. She replied. After the boys and I met I dreamed of our house and meeting their future wives. I revealed. So you know their other halves already? Emily seemed amazed. So when they decide to date and I meet their dates I will know. I imagine it won't be easy for them unless they romantically imprint on the two I saw. I shrugged. Imprints, according to the archives, are rare, but no one has heard of a wolf with multiple sclerosis imprints. Emily spouted off. Who knows? We know I'm their mother, not a mate. And that won't change in the future either. But they will need mates to love and care for as well as have families with. I was firm in the knowledge that the boys had futures in love that were certainly not me. Soon enough the worry set in. The Pack had been gone quite a while. We were so nervous and fidgety that we decided to cook and bake to keep from hysteria. It worked, marginally. After a while Seth showed up. Bella. There was a fresh vampire scent. We followed it and encountered 4 yellow-eyed vampires. They requested to see you. They were shielding a 5th from us. She had red eyes. You had Paul check your dad's place, right? I nodded. Something was very wrong. Paul didn't go inside, but he didn't hear a heart beating inside. Seth told me softly. It's nearly dawn. I'll go. Stop by for breakfast, but first take me to the bloodsuckers. I need this finished. All those leeches do is take. Blood, lives, choices, everything is taken by them. I actively suppressed the need to break down and cry. There was too much at stake. I let Seth go outside and shift before I followed. He yipped to let me know it was clear to join him. When I got close he lay on his belly so I could climb up on his back. We sped away from the house and traversed the forest. Unlike with Edward, the first didn't get queasy or dizzy. I actually enjoyed the thrill of flying past trees. But the reason was not one I wished to have happen. Seth slowed down as we came close to a clearing. On one side were my pack, on the other a coven of bloodsuckers I never met. You requested my presence. I demanded of them as I moved to my son's side. You are Edward's Bella. One of them sneered. Ah, you must be Tanya. Hello. Yes, I am Bella, but no, I was not his. He and the androgynous pixie used compulsion and allure to make me compliant. I was a puppet. If I didn't cooperate they hurt me. The abuse started out as criticism and eventually escalated to physical. With this pack's love and support I woke up and broke free. I shot back. Then why did he claim you as his mate? Another asked. I was his fucking singer. And since I am a shield he couldn't read my mind. I was a puzzle. Then I became a toy. A Barbie for her to dress and a blood bag for him to sip. I snarled and showed the scar Leah and I had found. The whole coven gasped then growled. They violated the laws. They deserve death. The red-eyed one hissed. Carlisle and Jasper already handled that. The Cullens have disbanded. Carlisle and Esme are in Volterra. Emmett and Rosalie are who knows where. And Jasper is back with his own coven. Why are you here? I finally asked. My mate disappeared. Red Eyes spat. Laurent, if he was your mate he could have switched diets. If he was your mate the bond would have pained at the distance from here to Denali. If he was your mate his death would have made your mind break and you would be feral. I challenged. He slipped. She whimpered. Bright red eyes. He was coming in place of Victoria to scout if I was vulnerable. He almost bit and drained me. I ground my teeth knowing the denial would come. What happened? Tanya asked. We chased him away from her and gave him final death. Sam answered, having slipped into the tree line to phase and dress. He claimed he wasn't in contact with Victoria. The red-eyed one cried. Then why did he tell me that him draining me would be a mercy over what she had planned? Why did he come here for her? I barked. Clearly he wasn't who he pretended to be. The only male in the coven stated. Again, why are you here and why are your eyes red? I asked again. I wanted answers. I followed Edward and Alice's scents to a house thinking I could ask them since the house is empty. Instead I found a delicious-smelling man. It's been centuries since a human's blood called to me. It was weakness. I drained him. I hid the bite mark by chopping off his head. The authorities will think it a murder. As you can see I was a bit messy so it will be a believable scene. She answered matter-of-factly. I crumbled and fell to the forest floor crying in agony. My son snarled at the red-eyed vampire and Sam and the pack growled. My boys curled around me in comfort whining at my pain. You slew her father. Sam growled out. Red-eye cold one's lives are forfeited in this region. If you don't believe me call Carlisle. Tanya whipped out her phone and dialed. Carlisle speaking. He answered the call. Carlisle, we are in Forks. Where are you all? I thought you moved back for that human. Tanya asked him. You need to leave right now. Washington State is to remain off limits to our kind. Especially red-eyed ones, but even your coven will not be exempt from the reasons why. Carlisle tells her evasively. Why, what happened? Tanya demands. Bella has been adopted and made a pack member with the tribal shifters I had a treaty with. Edward and Alice abused her and used her for their own benefit. I promised the region would be clear of vampires and you have already made my word worthless because you didn't call before traveling. Leave now before the pack confronts you. Carlisle sounded livid. Carlisle, the one Laurent was with drained Charlie. I called out brokenly between sobs. Irina did what? And why is Bella there? Carlisle yelled. We are all here, Cullen. Bella deserves to find out why a vampire was here and had been at Charlie's house. Sam interjected before Tanya could reply. Irina fed on a human in shifter territory. Her life is forfeit. Tanya, take your coven and leave. Carlisle ordered. What do you mean her life is forfeited? The man she drained was just her singer. Why should that entail her being killed? Tanya demanded. It is the rules of the region. Not just the shifters hold this rule. I and the rest of my family held this to be true as well. Irina fed from a human and killed him. She fed in the off-limits territory. Take the rest of your coven and leave while you can, but Irina is to stay and face the consequences of her actions. Carlyle reiterates. No, I will not offer up my sister to these mongrels to be killed just for a moment of weakness. Tanya snarls. If you don't, then I will come and do it myself. You broke my word to my daughter and her pack. Make it right or I will. Your sister broke the rules and in doing so left my daughter without the only biological family she had left. Carlyle raged. We don't answer to you, Carlyle. Tanya snapped before she crushed the phone. My mate and I want no part in this, Tanya. We are going home. The male spoke before he and the dark-haired female zipped out of sight. Tanya, even I can't stand for this. I'm going to leave. Either you come with me or we all die right here right now. I don't want to die. The other sister begged. You want to give up on our sister Kate? Tanya whirled on her sister in shock. She was lost to us as soon as her teeth touched the human's throat. Give her over and let's go home and mourn. Kate responded. Tanya sighed and moved to her sister. Never come back, Sam told them. They nodded and followed the two that left. That left Irina. Avenge Grandpa, boys, I whispered. I'm complete synchronized movement. They left my side and advanced. Within seconds the vampire was in pieces piled ready to burn. Here's for you, Daddy, I say before tossing a lighter on the pile. By the time the ashes blew away it was late enough in the morning that it was breakfast time. Leah came over and lay down for me to climb on. She was the fastest and I need to get my truck for my alibi to be believable. When we reached the house I leapt off Leah's back. I scrambled into my truck and drove off to head to Charlie's house. When I got there half an hour later I went in and called for him. I figured it needed to be real. Irina must have killed him in bed like my dream. I made my way up the stairs. The closer I got to the top floor the strong scent of blood got stronger. His door was ajar and I pushed it open. As soon as I saw the decapitated corpse that used to be my father, I screamed. I knew what I would find, but the cold hard evidence was something else. I scrambled for my cell phone. I called the station. Forks Police Station. How can I help you? Pam answered. He's dead. Send help. I cried, bordering on hysterics. Who is ma'am? Pam asked. My dad. I sobbed. What's his name? She pressed. Charlie Swan. I stuttered. The chief. Pam gasped. Yes. I was nearly blubbering. Deputy Marks is on his way. Pam sounded hurt like I was. Clearly my dad was beloved by the station. Within a few minutes I heard a cruiser pull up. Bella. Deputy Marks called out. H here. I answered. I heard him climb the stairs and he actually gagged before he reached the landing. The doorway was filled by the deputy. Oh good Lord. Bella. Sweetie, let's go downstairs. Deputy Marks urges me. I crawled to my feet and shambled after him. What brought you over this morning? Marks asked once he regained his composure. I was going to surprise Dad and make breakfast since I moved out and I worry about what he eats. 8. I explained. That was nice of you. He smiled. But he wasn't up yet and if I remember his schedule he didn't work night shift last night. So I went to wake him so he could get ready for the day while I cook. But I shivered and sniffled. I am so sorry, Marks said. Do you know who could have done this? I can't imagine anyone would want to hurt him. I asked. I can't think of anybody either. Marks confessed. The door wasn't even locked. So whoever it was just walked right in. But who does that? Who just walks right into someone else's house? Even I knocked and called out to him. I babbled. We will take care of all this. Don't you worry, Bella, Marks said as he patted me on the shoulder. Marks grabbed his radio. We have an officer down. Send assistance to the chief's residence. 10 to 4 assistants en route, someone replied. From there it was a maelstrom of people. Half the station and the county coroner's office showed up. After I was no longer questioned and treated for shock I called Emily. Yulee residence. Hey Emily, I'm over at my dad's place. I don't want to be alone. Could you send my sons here? Or some of the guys? I sniffled and tears started to fall again. Oh Bella, of course. Someone will be there lickety-split. Emily said, trying to soothe me over the phone. Thank you. I could barely concentrate. Of course, she replied before hanging up. The next call would be harder. Black residence. Billy. Yes. Bella. It's me. I don't know if anyone stopped by this morning, but it's my dad. I told him in a garbled tangle. Did the boys get it? He asked in a hollow tone. I lit it up. I answer. Good. I'll call old Quill and we will be there soon. He replied, "Okay. Right now it's just me and a lot of officers and the coroner." I told him, "Sit tight, honey. It will all be okay," he said reassuringly before hanging up. I waited on the couch. No one had the heart to make me leave the house and I wasn't in the way, so why bother? Just shy of half an hour I heard vehicles pull up, then a cacophony of footsteps before I was swept up into a round of hugs from the pack. I landed between my sons and Emily was close to us, rubbing my shoulder in support. I broke in the arms of my family. The sobs and cries were not held back any longer. Eventually everything turned black. Muffled voices filled my ears as the world came back into my consciousness. "Just until everything settles. Mama isn't going to want to impose and will feel burdensome if you push us to stay," one of my boys answered. "But she shouldn't be alone after this. Things like this can break a person and I would feel better if she were at our place where she won't be alone. She has the job at the Atira store and will be starting online classes when we go back to school. It's summer now, so the only time she would be alone is when we are on patrol. But that depends on what shifts we are on," Brady answered. So I assume the first response I heard was Colin. "But what if she breaks down again like she did when we arrived? How will you handle that? We were all here to help. Now look at her. She wore herself out so badly the deputy called an EMT to bring her to the hospital." Sam tried to sound reasonable. "Don't you growl at my son's big brother. It's my own fault. I haven't eaten since dinner last night and I'm assuming it's around noon now, am I right?" I interrupted his browbeating rant. "You're right about the time. But you collapsed, and I don't want you to be hurt if it happens again." Sam starts in on me. Samuel Levi Yulee. I had just found my father's decapitated corpse. I held it together through giving my statement and all the way until I was no longer alone. I let go and let the emotions flow once I knew I was safe with my family who would see I was safe. I happened to get dehydrated and passed out from the shock and exhaustion. Lack of food or water yet today contributed, as well as the horror I faced at my father's house. Now I may end up having crying fits now and again, but I doubt anything as bad as today and certainly nothing like when they abandoned me before." I hissed. Sam was gobsmacked. He probably hadn't thought about it that way. Emily piped up. "She's right, Sam. We cooked out our nerves, neither of us ate well. Well, I did when you all arrived for breakfast, but she decided to go see Charlie. Is there any way I can talk you three into staying a couple more days with us at least?" Sam asked. "That could be arranged as long as someone signs for all our packages and things that arrive in the mail today. As it is, we may have missed a few," I commented. Joy Atira said she would sign for them and have them brought into the apartment. Emily told me, "A lawyer has already called on behalf of your father's estate." Sam changed the subject. "Did you take down their number so I can call back?" I asked. "Almost no need. It's the same lawyer we talked to keep in touch with the Cullens." Sam replied, "Well, that's easy. I will call him back later. I might even name drop the major just for expediency." I chuckled. "Oh, that's terrible," Emily gasped. "What? My big brother is intimidating. And happens to get Jenks in gear." I responded. "That poor man probably thinks it's a simple human case only to find out you are connected to us and to them." Sam shakes his head. "Well, if life keeps on going as it is, who knows when the pack will cease to phase. You might need him to help with documents for the outside world." "That's what they do," I shot back. "Seriously?" Jake choked. "Yep. They told me they would go through him for new papers for me after I joined the family." I stated calmly, though it was met with growls. "Hey, I never wanted to, and if I did say it, it was all their machinations." I hollered above them. "We know, Mama. The thought of it just makes us so mad. It would have broken the treaty." Brady answered. "PBBBT, Jake did that first. He told me the legends to impress me one day at the beach. Course that was how I figured out the truth. He just reminded me he told me the truth so I could figure out the pack." I confessed. "So he did talk to you?" Sam arches an eyebrow at Jake. "I guess he had lied as much as he could around the gag order. He just told me to remember what he told me at the beach and that I already knew the truth. A night full of dreams about the pack phased just solidified it. That, and I distinctly remember a large black muzzle in my face the night you found me in the forest, Sam," I said with some humor. Sam was startled at that. He didn't think I remembered. Of course I remembered. It was the first warmth I had felt in hours and the first contact with anything in just as long. I got quiet after that. Okay, so once you're cleared to leave you will call the lawyer and we will all head home. Sam asked by way of suggestions. Sounds good. And hopefully they clear the house so it can be packed up and sold. I hoped aloud. Will you want to save anything? Emily inquired softly. Family heirlooms and pictures. A couple of his shirts for sentimentality. My kitchenware too, but the rest can just be let go. Especially anything in his room that was part of the crime scene. I replied. She just nodded and squeezed my hand. Finally a nurse came in. Oh, you're awake. You just had a bad case of dehydration, and what with the shock and all of everything this morning you collapsed. We have you on the IV and you seem to have responded well to fluids, so I don't see why you can't be discharged ASAP. Dr. Garrity checked you over. For a Bella visit this was pretty minor. We are all so sorry for your loss. Take care and we hope we don't see you in here again anytime soon. The nurse teased and consoled me. It was true, I was well known at the hospital as a patient. I was notoriously clumsy. I smiled and thanked her and waited for the paperwork to discharge me. Colin handed me my cell phone and I pulled up the call I had missed from Jenks. Jenks' attorney at law, Janice speaking. The phone was answered. Hello, this is Isabella Swan calling. I missed a call from Mr. Jenks. Oh, Miss Swan, I'll patch you right through, he is expecting your call. The woman rushed before I got an earful of music. Jenks speaking. A male voice picked up. This is Isabella Swan. You called me earlier but I was unavailable. Ah, Miss Swan. My condolences for your loss. I wanted to reach out to you about your father's estate. His final wishes as well as his will are quite clear on what he wanted. Jenks offered, being as solicitous as he could. Seeing as I have time to meet with you, let's set up to meet. I heard great things about you from Mr. Whitlock and know you will take great care of these matters. The poor man nearly choked. I will do my utmost to see your case handled with care, Miss Swan. Would tomorrow morning at 11:30 work for you? Or is there a better time? I suggested. No, 11:30 is quite all right. I will make the drive to come to you, miss. Say we meet at the lodge. My treat. Your sons should join us. Jenks sputtered, hoping not to upset me. We shall see you then. I agreed before hanging up. Geez, sister, no goodbye. Sam laughed. Scare tactic from Jasper. Keeps the man honest. I quipped. I guess it does. Paul chuckled from the corner of the room. So that is set. Once the nurse brings my papers we can go home. I was ready to leave. Not only do I dislike being at the hospital, I was hungry. That thought coincided with a rather large growl from my stomach. Sounds like you need to be fed, little sister. Sam laughed. Well, as I said earlier, I haven't eaten since last night. I reiterated. The rest of the day was spent on the couch at Sam and Emily's. I hate being fussed over and mother hence, but them's the breaks when you scare the bejesus out of a group of shifters. Little sister, how did you know to send someone on patrol to check on your dad last night? Sam asked once everybody settled down and had eaten. I had a dream about it. I dreamt I was in his room just inside the door watching a cold one lean over him. When they suddenly looked up I saw golden eyes and blonde hair. I knew it wasn't Rosalie from the Cullens. So I woke up and knew someone needed to check. I explained. Have dreams like that happened before? Sam was curious. A few times. Usually tied to the supernatural. Or with places I need to be. I answered. I told Emily in more detail last night. She did. Before moving up here she dreamed of the forest. Emily told him. Have you always had them? Sam presses. Far back as I can remember, yes. I always knew when to hide money or when I needed to pay a bill before Renee could spend it. That's why I quit coming to visit Charlie. I dreamed the consequences of not staying with her. I'd come back to nothing. She would have lost the house and car and we would be homeless because of the bills and her damn credit card debt. I said ruefully, if someone has an infection, what do you do? Sam quizzes me. I assume you mean without seeking medical personnel. He nodded. Make a poultice of moss, garlic and inner bark from a cedar tree. If it's out in the woods and I don't have tape and gauze, I would make some good clean mud to adhere it to their skin and keep it in place. I rattled off. Why the garlic? Sam was puzzled. Keeps the blood from clotting so the infection can be dealt with. The moss and cedar are to leach the infection out. Sam just hums and seems to get caught up in his head. Well, I don't know about anyone else, but I need to get to bed. I call out as I move to get up. Immediately I'm scooped up into Embry's arms. Nice try, Bells, but you're supposed to rest. He chuckles when I squawk at being picked up. I doubt walking 15 feet counts as strain. I say indignantly. For you, Miss Clumsy, it certainly is. Embry shoots back as he sets me down at the bedroom door. Get your rest. Remember, you and the pups have lunch with the lawyer tomorrow. Have a good night, Embry. We should be fine during the luncheon. I assure him. I crawled in bed without much of a fuss. Tomorrow could wait. Once I was dressed nicely, given where I was meeting Jenks later, I followed the cacophonous busyness to the kitchen. I stopped in the doorway and watched the pack joke around. I loved moments like these. The love, trust and pure openness was heartwarming. Unless bacon was involved, then it was World War III. I slid into my usual seat after checking on Emily, seeing if she needed help. Without saying a word, Paul reached over and pulled me into his side. I was a bit startled at Foster, but then I remembered he was an orphan just like I was now. I took the comfort offered and just relaxed. It wouldn't be easy. I would miss my dad, but I wouldn't be alone. Since the meeting with the lawyer was set for 11:30, I just nibbled on a small plate of food. Sam frowned at me. I do have an early luncheon meeting, big brother. I don't want to be discourteous and not eat when we are there. I explain. And the pups will make sure I eat. You know they will. They better. One of the others muttered. The twins shambled in, bleary-eyed and yawning. Manung mama. Brady mumbled. Good morning. I greeted him. Colin just nodded along with his brother, and they both of them plunked down in empty seats, sleepily eating what was put in front of them. So today the boys and I meet the lawyer, and I want to start assembling furniture later, but that could wait. And I guess I better call Renee. Doubt she will be awarded anything by Charlie's will, but she ought to know her ex-husband has passed away. I sighed. Jake chimed in. Dad told me to offer that he call her. He remembers what you said about her and your childhood. I would appreciate that, but you know if I don't call she will just bitch that I didn't. But when I do she will tell me I could have had someone else call. Can't win for losing with her. I groused. Well, if she comes out then we will all run defense and keep you out of her way. Sam stayed firmly with nods of agreement around the table. The house is still being investigated, so she won't be able to stay there, and there is no room here. She will have to get a room at the motel. I smiled, taking a small sense of satisfaction in that knowledge. Exactly. Emily confirmed, also smiling. So you will have even less time to deal with her. I looked at the time and it was already closing in on 10:45. Where had the morning gone? Colin, are your brother and yourself's nice clothes clean? We have to leave in the next 15 minutes to make it to our meeting. Before either could speak, Emily spoke. Washed, pressed and hanging up in the closet. Thank you, Emily. It slipped my mind to check. I told her, don't worry about it. Yesterday was hard and that's what family is for. To help you when you need it. Emily smiled at me. The twins went to change while the rest of the pack fire brigade style cleaned the table and kitchen. The whole scene just made me think of the scene in The Hobbit, An Unexpected Journey, when the dwarves are cleaning up after eating. I actually found myself humming the tune they sang. The parallel and the humming just made me giggle. Embry heard me and gave me a questioning but pleased smile. You guys clean like dwarves, was all I said. Doubt we could sing like them. Embry chuckled. What are you talking about? Jared asked, puzzled. The Hobbit, An Unexpected Journey. The dwarves cleaning up after eating all Bilbo's food. I answered. What about it? Jared asked again. Watching you all clean up made me think of that scene. The thought made me giggle. I explained. Jared just shook his head. Next movie night we will have to watch it. Embry said. I agree. It's a good movie. Even when the troll blows his nose all over Bilbo. I always cringe at that part because it's kind of disgusting but still funny. By then Colin and Brady came back from getting dressed. They looked nice, but it just reminded me of graduation and having Dad there. Okay boys, let's go. I stood up and hugged the nearest pack members as I made my way to the door. Emily offered up her car for us to use since I still had Charlie's little two-seater pickup. We climbed in and made the half-hour drive to the lodge. Upon entering I spoke to the Maidra, D. Jenks' party of 4, or it might be under Swan. Right this way, the 4th in your party has already arrived. The table we were led to was away from other patrons. The man seated waiting for us was a middle-aged African-American man that was a little heavy-set. I could see him fidgeting and fighting to stay calm. I thanked the maitre d' and took a seat. The boys flanked me. "Hello, Mr. Jenks. I appreciate the expediency in meeting me." I greeted the man. "Of course, Miss Swan. Anyone who knows Mr. Jasper is in good hands with me." Jenks nearly stuttered. "May I introduce my sons, Colin and Brady Swan?" I said politely and gestures to each of them. "Pleasure to meet the grandsons of the chief. Now as the executor of your father's estate I must inform you that only you three are beneficiaries in his will." Jenks started. "I assumed as much since you didn't insist we wait till his ex-wife could or would arrive. As it stands she has not been notified of his passing." I answered coolly. "She was removed from his will some time ago. Jenks confessed to us. He left the house and its contents to you as well as his vehicle, and there is a storage locker in Port Angeles. Beyond that you receive his pension, full retirement benefit level, his life insurance since it was a homicide, and the entirety of his equities in banking as well as any stocks and bonds. To the boys specifically he bequeathed a portion of his financial holdings, but it is trust until they are 18 in age. His last sentiment that he wished to convey should this ever happen via violent death, is he loves you bells and to stay safe. Love you grandsons as well. Take care of each other." Jenks was kind of babbling, but I knew it was due to nerves since he was aware I knew Jasper. "Thank you, Mr. Jenks," I uttered softly as my breath hitched. Colin reached over and held my hand, rubbing soothingly upon my skin. "Of course, Miss Swan. I would be glad to share a meal with the three of you before I retrieve all the legal documents for you and take my leave." Jenks replied, "That would be very nice." I responded with a weak smile. And we all perused the menu and made our selections. The meal was well done, though I could barely taste it. Memories of the last meal I had eaten here made me melancholy. True to his word, Mr. Jenks handed over the legal documents I needed and had me sign paperwork stating he had done his job. We parted ways afterwards and I sighed. "You have to call her, don't you, Mama?" Brady asked. "Yes, though I would rather not," I say before pulling out my phone and dialing her number. The boys motioned that they were going to wait by Emily's car. I nodded and waited for the line to ring. On the 7th tone the line finally picked up. "Hello." "Oh good," she answered on the first try. "Hey Mom. I wish I didn't have to do this." "Oh, yes, what is it?" Renee answered snippily. "Charlie was killed." I state plainly. I didn't want to draw this out and be dramatic. That was her style. "Oh, that is horrible. Then again, he was the chief of police." She snarked. "It wasn't on the job. Someone broke in and chopped off his head." I clarified. "Do a dangerous job and you come home with a target on your back." She was so heartless. "I figured you should know in case you wanted to come to the services in a couple days and say your goodbyes." I ignore her remarks as best I can. "Oh, I can't. Phil doesn't want me flying or traveling very far since I'm pregnant. Just entered the 5th month." Renee bragged. "Congratulations." I replied. "You are welcome to come meet the baby when it's born." She tried to sound genial. "Sorry, I have my twins to raise and a home to build." Once again, congratulations. I didn't wait for a reply and hung up. My phone immediately buzzed. She was calling back, probably to screech at me wanting to know what I meant about twins. I ignored the call and quickly sent an email to Jasper. "Major Jasper Andrew Whitlock, I find myself missing my big brother. Especially now in my time of loss. Charlie passed away 2 days ago. It was a cousin from Denali. She was dealt with, but the protectors are wary of retribution given the family's lack of foreknowledge in the case of the PNW. Carlisle informed them, but they were already in a meeting with us and they refused to believe the truth. They balked at knowing the one was going to be left behind. They left and she stayed. The ashes were in the wind soon enough. Mother dearest is spawning and I am officially an orphan. Though I expect the woman will make the journey now that I let slip the fact that I am a mother myself. I am denying her attempts to make a remark. I hung up on her when I said it. I have a choker with a certain crest that needs dealing with. Given the family disbanded, I don't feel it appropriate to keep it. It was the final gift from my birthday that I never got to open. I also am going to be purchasing a new phone and number to avoid the screeching of my maternal DNA provider. I am sure your brother will know the information before I can pass it along. Be safe and may the bitch of the South never catch wind you returned home. Always, Isabella Bella Marie Swan. Once it was sent and several more calls had been ignored in the writing of it, I shut off my phone. Boys, I gotta go buy a new phone. One of you go phase and tell Sam, or have whoever is on patrol call him. I need his permission to keep the car longer and make the trip to PA. I called over to them. I'll do it. Brady jogged to the woods. A few minutes later he came back only slightly rumpled. He and Emily gave the go-ahead. I nodded and we got in the car. The drive to PA was quiet but not strained. I sensed the twins were happy to just be with me and not be left alone. As soon as we reached my cell phone service provider's shop, it was simple and easy to shut off my phone line and get a new number. I got a new cell phone too. Once that was all done, I put all my contacts minus Charlie, Renee and Phil in my phone. It was hard knowing I would never have a phone call from Charlie ever again. But on the other side, it was a godsend that I would be free from any more calls from Renee, whether on her phone or from her husband's. We stopped so the boys could eat again since their lunch had been small for a shifter's standard meal. But on the way back toward La Push I stopped at Forks Police Station. "Hey Pam," I greeted the receptionist, switchboard operator. "Hello Bella, I'm so sorry about your father. He will be greatly missed, dear." Pam returned with a sad smile. "Yes, he will. Can I talk to Acting Chief Marks? I think I am going to have a restraining order put on Renee." I notified her of Charlie's death and almost made it through the call without letting her get to me. But rather than give in when she told me to come visit in 4 months when her child is born, I told her I have my own to raise and a home to build. I hung up before she could get a word in and have already gotten a new cell phone and number, but I know how relentless she can be when she wants to be a nuisance. Pam made a face that proved her distaste for Renee clearly evident. "Of course dear, and since it's you, the judge will probably grant it on site. He remembers your father's ex-wife as well." Acting Chief Marks came around the corner. "I heard everything Bella. I printed off the form as soon as I heard you ask. That woman will most likely be banned from your immediate vicinity, if not the same county, should she show up." I grasped the paperwork and quickly and efficiently filled in all pertinent information. Marks took the paperwork from me and promised to see the judge ASAP. "Thank you. I am betting she will be on the next flight regardless of her pregnancy and her husband's wishes. The fact that I am no longer under her thumb and have refused to even return under the guise of a visit irks her. If I did go see her after her baby is born, I would return to being Cinderella. I never liked that woman. Valid and flighty. Too unstable for the chief, that's for sure. The whole town just wished she had left you when she took off." Marks commented. "The only person to disagree with that statement would be her. I became her servant essentially. Then I became the responsible one in that house. I make a sound of disgust. I just hope the judge approves that restraining order with her in absentia. For Charlie's little girl, the judge would have emancipated you when you visited in the summer if he had known how you lived with her bells," Marks assured me. With that he clapped me on the shoulder and made his way out the door. "Pam, can you tell him I am staying with Sam and Emily Yulee? So if the order goes through, that's where I can be found?" I asked. "Of course Bella. You need anything at all, just ask. Take care and have a good evening." Pam responded warmly. "You too. Let's go home, Brady and Colin." I turned to leave. "Nice to meet you," the twins said to Pam softly before following me. We finally drove back to the reservation and made our way to the house. As soon as we got inside, I wrote down my number and stuck it up on the fridge for the pack to see. "How did it go?" Emily asked. "Lunch with the lawyer went well, but the call with Renee didn't. She denied to come, saying she is 5 months pregnant, but I'm welcome to visit when the baby is born, which is her code for, 'Come be my slave again.' I told her no because I have my twins to raise and my own home to build, and hung up before she could respond. I hung up and shut off my phone. That was why I had Brady phase and ask if we could use the car a while longer. We went to PA and I got a new phone and number. On our way back, I stopped by the station and filed a restraining order on Renee, since I know she will come now anyway, so she can screech at me for whatever she deems I have done wrong." I rattled off and ended with a sigh. "So you had quite a day. Well, you just go rest until dinner. Don't worry about trying to help, I got it." Emily shooed me toward the hall. I nodded and made my way to go rest. "Thank you, Emily. Have someone come get me when it's time." A nap sounded like heaven. I awoke to morning light filtering through the curtained windows. Guess they either forgot to wake me for dinner last night, or I could not be woken. The overabundance of sleep left me groggy. Since I was dressed fairly decently, I just shambled out to the kitchen like my sons. I needed caffeine if I was going to function today. In the kitchen I found Emily as always, but the pack had been and gone apparently. "Mornin'," I mumbled. "Oh good. I was beginning to worry if you would wake." Emily greeted me with relief and a quick hug. "Last I remember I was going to lay down for a nap. And now it's the next morning," I stated, hoping she would get a clue and fill in the gap. "Well, you needed the rest and we did try to wake you when dinner was ready, but you were deep asleep. You didn't even budge or react when we tried shaking your shoulder," Emily explained. "Oh, well, I guess I did need the rest. Honestly, I need a day to just relax. The funeral home was notified by the lawyer what Charlie had specified for his interment. We simply have to show up for services. Charlie had it all written out and almost micromanaged to the detail, to be honest." I admitted. "That can be arranged. What are you thinking about doing?" Emily asked. "I thought of going to the animal reserve in Squim. I know we see the pack daily in their fur, but it would be interesting to see the animals they have there," I told her. "The waving bear as you leave is charming and a bit adorable." Emily smiles and her eyes gleam with humor. "Would you like to come with me? We can bring Kim if she would like to come in one of the pack, of course. We would be daft to go anywhere without pack in case of an emergency." I asked. "Oh, I would love to. We could ask Leah then, it could be a girl's day," Emily suggested almost hesitantly. "Sure, if she wants. Then maybe we can go get massages or something girly." I agreed. Emily called Kim, who readily agreed to join us. I chose to call Leah. "Hello," she answered with a demanding tone as to intimidate whosoever interrupted her non-patrol time. "Hey Leah, so the imprints and I want to go out for the day. Head to Squim to the animal reserve to take in the wildlife and then go for massages or mani-pedis. Would you care to join us? I understand if you don't, but we figured Sam and the others would feel better if we had a pack member with us. And I figured you probably wanted a testosterone-free day away from a bunch of hormonal teenage boys." I rambled. "You want me to come with you? You sure?" Leah was most likely squinting at the phone skeptically. "I'm calling, aren't I?" I challenged. "You promised some primping," she asked. "Would it be a girl's day without beautification in a salon or massage parlor?" I said sarcastically. "Hell yeah, see if you can take Sam's quad cab. The wild animals are big. Almost as big as the pack. Probably as big as my wolf is." Leah finally answers. "I'll talk to Emily. I figure as long as we fill the tank it should be fine. Today is the construction company's day off anyway." I tell her. "I'll be ready when you get here," Leah says before hanging up on me. "Hey Emily, we need to use the truck or we will be looking some of the animals in the legs or elsewhere." I blushed a bit. "We will just take the truck. I heard your comment about the gas tank and I agree. I'll just leave a note and we may get stopped at the border by whoever is closest on patrol." Emily just went about cleaning the kitchen that was sparkling as it was. "Well, I need to freshen up and we can be on our way," I tell her before doing just that. 20 minutes later we were on our way. Luckily Kim lived only a couple doors down from Leah, so we only had to make one stop before heading to the reservation border. Just like Emily predicted, we were met by a wolf who chuffed and gave us a questioning gaze. "We are having a girl's day. Leah is with us not only because she deserves a girl's day but as pack protection since we are leaving the res. We will be back later and we plan to fill the tank too." I called over. The only answer was a nod before the wolf looked off to continue its patrol circuit. The drive was filled with inane chatter interspersed with my plans once Charlie was taken care of. Well, I was thinking since his plans had always been to be cremated, unless he was married and had someone to spend forever next to moldering in the ground next to, that I would put some of his ashes in a locket and give the rest to Billy so he would have his best friend with him. Or he can spread them over their favorite fishing hole. I shrugged. "That is so sweet. I am sure he would appreciate the thought." Kim awed at me. "Mom wanted to know what you wanted to keep from the house. She and a couple other ladies want to help and take the pressure off of you going back in the house," Leah added in, since she could see I was uncomfortable with the awkwardness Kim incited with that enthusiastic reaction. "The family photos, the kitchenware that isn't worn out, the Swan family heirlooms and a couple of his flannels. The rest can go to charity shops or given out to the tribe if it is in good condition anyway. The rest can go to the trash heap. I reply, okay, I'll send her a text and she can direct everything from there. Leah nodded her head and pulled out her phone. Oh, fishing gear goes to Billy if he wants it. Maybe he can take the pups and Jake fishing with it. Share the hobby with them. I added in a rush. Good idea. I'm sure Billy would love to have his best friend's grandkids out on the water with him. Leah smiled. Soon enough we were in Squim and near the reserve. Okay girls. When I looked it up on the web I saw we can take pictures and or videos but can't leave the vehicle. They sell bread to feed some of the animals but not the buffalo, zebras, or big cats. The big cats aren't a worry anyway since they are secured unlike the others that may roam. I informed the others. Emily and Kim nearly squealed at the thought of feeding the animals. Leah was still texting someone. I assume it was probably her mom. We pulled up to the small gatehouse that marked the entrance to the reserve. We were informed of the same rules I had already told the girls. We bought a loaf of bread and thanked the ranger in charge. We drove along enjoying the sights. Deer roamed and ate in the field. A couple cougars and even a tiger were in cages that had gates leading to enclosures they could play and run around in. As we got close to the buffalo eventually one peeled away from the herd. It ambled up to the truck and stopped so close that if the window had been up its nose would have smeared the glass. Goodness, its breath was heavy and hot. I couldn't look away from it and asked Kim for a slice of bread but she wasn't moving. I asked again and still nothing. I finally looked over at her to snap only to see her pressed up as close to Emily as she could get in the bench seat as she could get. She was shaking like a leaf and was clearly intimidated by the size of the bison at the window. I hugged and grabbed the bread. Once I got a slice I resecured the fastener and turned my attention back to the bison. Instead of feeding it by hand I set the slice of bread upon the bridge of its nose. It pulled back and tried to use its tongue to dislodge the bread. I drove away slowly as it was occupied but I kept an eye on it in the side mirror. After its failed attempts to kick it off of its nose the bison dropped its head. The bread dropped to the ground and it ate it from there. Leah has seen the whole scene and was rolling in the back seat laughing. Emily had missed it because she had been watching the rest of the herd graze in the other direction. This actually happened to me and my family. My grandpa had been driving and I was in the center seat and reacted like Kim. My grandma had missed the whole thing watching and recording the rest of the herd. It was only the three of places real. The zebras had been interesting to watch and there were some wildfowl to watch as well. Eventually we had circled through the entire place. As we approached the exit we reached the bears. Two were seated near the fence watching us drive up. As we passed they reared you a bit and both waved goodbye. We of course all waved back and giggled at how adorable it was that they would wave. The park ranger waved at us acknowledging our leaving with a smile. From there we made a quick drop for food before making our way back toward home. The girls elected mani-pedis instead of massages so we went to a decent-looking salon to indulge ourselves. Emily got simple French tip-style manicure, just buff and paint no acrylics, and splurged with red toenails. The boys and I might make ourselves scarce tonight. I could almost hear a pleased growl from Sam already. The thought made me shudder. Kim got blue nails with white flowers and rhinestones in their centers. Her fingernails only had polish and no rhinestones but the aesthetic matched her toes. Leah got a gorgeous deep purple that ombres black. Kind of made me think of her paws when she was phased. The quick transitioning to the claws on her paws. Lethal but still quite a sight. I was a bit undecided since I was by no means a girly girl but I did like to look nice. On a whim I asked for a peacock motif on my toenails and a blue and green design to match on my fingers. When we were done it felt silly since we all did the heels only waddle to keep our toenails from smearing and we tried to not have anything touch our fingernails either. Even with using the lights and fans to dry the nail polish we were still being over careful and ridiculously girly about it, even Leah. As promised we got gas before driving the rest of the way home. When we arrived it was too close to dinner so we decided to go all out and order from the Chinese place and have it delivered. I paid over the phone and begged them not to tell me the total since I bought their menu probably twice over to feed the pack. Not a price I wanted to know. But it was worth it when we all settled in and ate. Paul piped up about Galway through the meal. So what did you girls do today besides hit the salon? We went to the animal reserve in Squim. I giggled. Oh, I wish you could have seen your face when Kim wouldn't move to hand you that bread. Leah cracks up. The pack looks confused as Kim pouts at Leah. Huh. Quill scratches his head. When you get there you buy a loaf of bread to feed some of the animals. Kim decided she would keep a hold of it, and that was fine since I was driving and Emily wanted to take pictures. I started, but they didn't tell me we would be up close and personal with animals as big as you wolves when you were phased. Kim continues with a pout. We were about halfway through when we reached a herd of buffalo. I stayed with a giggle. I was watching them graze on my side of the truck. Emily tells. When one ambles over to the driver's side window and stops. If the window had been closed his snout would have smeared on the glass. I explain. It was huge, and its breath was so hot and moist. Kim whined. I asked for a slice of bread but Kim hadn't moved. I asked again before finally looking at her. I continued. Oh, it was hilarious. Kim was frozen in fear and had shoved herself as far into Emily's side as she could to get away from the bison. Leah laughed. My frustration with her not responding waned and I just grabbed the bread myself. I knew we weren't supposed to feed the buffalo, but I figured that it wanted the bread anyway. So I took the slice and put it on the bridge of its nose. I told them with a smirk. It stepped back and trained its sight on the bread slice as it tried to reach it with its tongue. Leah acted out the movements which made the pack laugh. I drove away and watched it in the mirror. It eventually looked down and dropped the bread. I finished up. Oh, and when we left there were a couple bears that waved goodbye at us. Emily gushed. Really? Sam asked. The four of us nodded. The same beat in the GIF off of Facebook and another one joined it. It was kind of adorable. I smiled. Sounds like you had a full day. Sam stated. And now the boys and I are going to go to the apartment. Best to build the furniture that needs it. Besides, it will be quieter. I give Emily and Sam the side eye and chuckle with a shake of my head. Do we want to know? A few of the pack ask. The four of us shake our heads again. Nope, and you certainly won't want to patrol close by tonight either. I quip. What makes you say that? Sam asks, truly confused. Emily has a surprise when you two are alone. I tell him as vaguely as possible. The pack grimaces. You guys think you might need any help? Embry asks. Besides packing up what we have here, it is all assembling and placing furniture there. I answer. The twins scramble down the hall and I hear them shuffle around the room. After a few minutes they return with the luggage I had put in the closet for all of our things. All packed. Your stuff included, Mama. Colin tells me. Did you actually pack or did you just do the dump and stuff? I asked, wanting to laugh at their anxiousness to leave. It's done fairly neatly. Brady defends. Colin blushes. Your unmentionables are a bit hodgepodged in. Weren't brave enough to touch them and just dumped the drawer in the suitcase, huh? I chuckle. Brady nodded while he also blushed. Well, thank you for even remembering I needed them. Just because you go commando most of the time. Though I am sure I would have double-checked and came back for them another time. I thanked them. The pack all chuckled a bit at their expense, but it was all in good fun. I eyed the younger pack members that had snickered. As if you would handle a girl's underwear drawer without getting bashful or goofy. Hey, I have to help Mom put away laundry, and that includes hers and Leah's stuff too. Seth tries to defend himself. Then I retract my reproachful incrimination toward you. I tell him, still amused. The trio of Jake, Quill and Embry all blush and duck their heads. They know that I remember they haven't even had girlfriends yet. And Paul, no trying to get the sight of my things from the boys' minds. I bet they barely looked when they packed it. Just pulled the drawer and dumped it in the suitcase and only made sure none fell out and got left. I chided. The twins nodded at me and the blush had yet to leave their faces. Ah, you are no fun, Swan. Paul laughs and tries to pout. PFF'd, if I were fun you wouldn't be able to handle it. I shot back. The guys and Leah all ooh at my retort. Is that so? And why is that, Swan? Paul challenges with a smug grin. Just because my only official boyfriend was a blood-sucking Victorian virgin doesn't mean that I don't know anything. My practical knowledge is tenuous at best, but I have an imagination and have had access to the internet. I doubt you care for snow blowing, but a damn good Hummer can make you melt for sure. I tell him in a semi-blasé fashion with a self-satisfied smirk. Everybody else was staring at me wide-eyed and the twins were fighting between covering their eyes and ears. Damn girl, You are just full of surprises, aren't you? Paul laughs. Maybe you'll find out. Maybe you won't. I am a single mother with 2 children that we are currently traumatizing. I evade and stand to clear up the table. Eventually, with a group effort, the table is cleared and the trash taken out. Have a good night. Call when it's safe to come over for breakfast. I giggle at Emily and hug her and Sam goodnight. The pack all make their way toward the apartment to help us build our furniture so we can settle in. I drove the little pickup with the luggage over since the apartment will be our new home for now. When I pull up, I am greeted by Joy Atira as she closed up the shop. Bella, I was hoping to see you soon. This arrived for you today. She hands me a large package. Oh, thank you, Joy. I will be sure to bake something for you as a thank you for taking care of all the packages that have arrived lately. I rush her with gratitude. Oh, it's nothing, dear. You are family. Joy flaps her hand at me as to brush my offer for a thank you aside. Either way, I appreciate it. With all that has happened, it was a great help. I press on. Well, you are very welcome. I better head home and check on Dad. Good night, Bella. Joy hugs me and walks around the building to head to her own home set back behind the store. I look at the package she handed me and it is from the Washington State Courts system. Pulling out my pocket knife, I slice open the end of the package before carefully folding the blade back down and putting it away. Inside the package I find a sheaf of papers. Legal jargon filled most of it, but I realized it was the adoption papers with the twins' new birth certificates and even new social security cards with their new names. It was truly official. I was a mother. Tears welled up and spilled from my eyes. I was so happy. I just wish Charlie had been here to see this day. I put the papers back and carry the package up to the apartment in a rush. It's official. The Swans are home. I am now legally the proud mother of Colin Adam and Brady Evans Swan. I called out. The pack all howled and clapped in celebration and the boys slammed into me for hugs. Let's get this party started. I joked. Boxes were chosen by each pack member to unpack. I chose to open a smaller box that claimed to hold a bedside table. We all unpacked and began building and/or assembling the contents of the boxes. As it all took shape, I directed everyone where things needed to go. Eventually, the apartment looked like a home, scarcely decorated as of yet, but a home nonetheless. The pack all dispersed to their own homes after hugs, and Quill even stopped everyone from leaving to say a prayer. May this home be blessed with laughter and love. May these walls be sturdy and proof from storms. May the roof stay firm and sealed to the rain. May the loved ones who live here be happy and safe always. Everybody gave an amen after a moment of silence. After a while, it was just the 3 of us. I pulled out the papers and showed them the proof they were now my sons. Cheers and hugs abounded. The knowledge they were home was pure bliss to them. Brady ran down to the pickup and grabbed the luggage. The luggage was divided up, and from there we took our things and put them away. The legal papers were hidden away so they wouldn't be lost. I swore to myself that I would buy a filing cabinet, if not a safe, just for important papers and items. Our nighttime routines were done in our new bathroom and we all went to bed. My bed was just as I hoped it would be when I ordered it. The feeling of sinking into the lush pillow top and the firm stability of the mattress were unbelievably comfortable. Sleep came easily for the first time in days. Sometime in the middle of the night I was scooted over and joined by my boys. I awoke in the morning roasting, but glad I had remembered to have lightweight covers on the bed. I guess after days of sharing the guest room at Emily and Sam's made it hard to sleep alone, or they just couldn't sleep on the new mattresses since I didn't know their comfort preferences for beds. Previously I awoke in the morning roasting, but glad I had remembered to have lightweight covers on the bed. I guess after days of sharing the guest room at Emily and Sam's made it hard to sleep alone, or they just couldn't sleep on the new mattresses since I didn't know their comfort preferences for beds. It may be morning, but it was still well before dawn. Early patrols and prepping for breakfast meant early rising days. Very carefully I managed to disentangle myself from my sons and exit the room. After my morning routine I padded softly to the kitchen. A quick check of the pantry and refrigerator showed someone had shown forethought and stocked it well for me. I wish I knew who to thank. Probably Sue Clearwater, at least since all of the cookware from Charlie's seemed to be here. I fastened my hair back and washed my hands as I decided what would be the first dish made in our new home. I decided on yeast bread. It was relatively simple, and homemade bread is always welcome as a gift to anyone. I doubled the recipe so I would have some for home, but I knew I would be giving a loaf each to Sue and Joy for the immense help they have been in the last few days. Just as the last of the loaves went into the oven to bake, my phone rang. I answered it thinking it could be Emily letting us know it was almost breakfast like I asked her to. Instead it was the funeral home. "Hello," I answered almost lightheartedly. "Ms. Swan, this is John Smithens from the funeral home. I was calling to let you know the police chief's wishes have been fulfilled and the memorial service is set for this afternoon beginning at 3. Reverend Weber has consented to preside over the spiritual leadings unless you would prefer your great uncle. I would urge you to arrive sometime after 2 so you can have time alone with your father's urn for your own personal grieving. Once again you have my condolences, and today will sit heavy upon the hearts of everyone his life touched." The funeral director intoned almost nervously through the phone. "Mr. Smithens, Reverend Weber is an excellent choice for the spiritual aspect of the services. My great-uncle is family, so therefore it would be a difficult task to undertake. Thank you for the consideration, though I am sure he would appreciate it. My sons and I will show up no later than 2:15 to pay our respects and grieve privately. Please have a nice day and we shall see you later." I answered and hung up after polite goodbyes were exchanged. Not long after the phone call I had expected came through. Emily remembered I wanted fair warning on a safe time to come over. I chuckled and thanked her before letting her know we would be on our way over soon. The bread timer went off and I pulled it out to cool before going to my bedroom and gathering clothing to wear for today. I sighed at the thought of having to wear black. A dress I had been purchased for by Alice stuck out in my wardrobe. It was simple and demure by Alice standards, but I actually found it perfect. It wasn't flashy or uncomfortable. There were even ballet flats and undergarments to match that weren't diaphanous or clashy. I refrained from makeup but grabbed sunglasses and put my hair in a single braid down my back. After changing in the bathroom I woke the boys and had them get ready for the day too. I had the feeling someone had slipped into the house while we slept because the boys had new dress clothes on. Jackets and all. Colin had deep gray tones with a black tie and Brady was nearly the full opposite in black tones with a gray tie. "Who brought those over?" I asked as I straightened their ties and plucked invisible lint from Brady's lapel. "Tiffany call," they answered. I nodded and grabbed the loaves of bread. "Could one of you grab a third one? I made bread to thank people for helping us. Sue, Joy and now Tiffany as well," I asked the boys. Colin grabbed the loaf before we left the apartment. As we made our way to Emily and Sam's we stopped to deliver the loaves of bread. First we stopped at the Atiras since they were closest. Brady knocked for us. The door opened and old Quill answered. "Hello young ones. What brings you over so early?" "We wanted to bring over some bread to thank you and Joy for all the help you have given us with deliveries and such for the apartment," I told him with a small smile. "Did you now? You are family and that means no thanks required," he replied. "It's freshly baked, only been out of the oven for about 20 minutes. I nearly sing-song at him hoping he will accept the offering. "Still warm?" he asks. Colin nods. "Yes sir." "Then I thank you for the gift. Your pan will be returned soon," old Quill replied with a wink. Colin passed him a loaf and we made our leave. Our next stop was to Sue Clearwater and she answered the door quickly. "Oh Bella, I hoped I would see you today before the services at the funeral home. I cleared out the house, everything you wanted should be at the apartment," Sue assured me. "Thank you Sue. The boys and I brought you some fresh baked bread as a gift of thanks," I responded. "Oh you didn't have to do that. Charlie was very dear to me and I would have helped anyway. But I appreciate the gift. And I will return the pan soon." Sue smiled and took the bread happily. Our last stop before we finally went to Emily and Sam's for breakfast was Tiffany Call. When we arrived she was coming out the door looking flustered and rushed. "Ms. Call, I wanted to thank you for helping my boys and I am not aware of all you have probably done, but I wished to thank you with some freshly baked bread." I called to her before she could reach her car. "Oh it's nothing. I knew my Embry was going to the services today for your father and I know how all the young men in his group of friends were going too. He may have mentioned that the twins only had one set of nice clothes apiece so far since they were finally claimed. I figured mother to mother I should help." Tiffany waved her hand as if to brush aside any protests I could make. "Well please take the loaf as a thank you for helping. It means a great deal to me to know others care so much to help during these times." I pressed as I approached, offering her the bread. The thought is very kind, dear. Though I am sure Embry will end up eating it before I can. Tiffany chuckles. Well, when I see him I'll be sure to tell him the bread is yours alone. I smile. Well, I need to get to work, dear. You boys be strong for your mother today. I'll stop by the services if I get off work in time. Tiffany says in way of goodbye. The twins and I wave her off before making our way finally to Emily and Sam's. As usual, it is chaos incarnate when we make it to the door. The pack are all rowdy and none to clean as they eat. Yelling and laughing at each other as well. Colin and Brady slip by and serve up their plates and guard my usual seat so I can slip into it to eat myself. When a lull was reached in the pack's antics, I called out. I made the pack moms bread this morning as a thank you for all they have done to help the pups and I the last few days. I expect them to enjoy the bread and not be left with only crumbs by the 4 of you that they have raised. I cook for you all fairly often, but they haven't been so lucky. Don't worry, Mama, they can enjoy their bread. Though from the residual scent left on you it smells amazing. Leah says to reassure me. Yeah, Bells, the bread will be left alone. Quill claims. I will only have any if my mom offers to share. Embry smiles. Promise to let Mom eat it and not us. Seth swears with a Boy Scout salute even. Good. Some other time you all can have some. But the loaves I made today were for them. I state firmly. Breakfast continued as usual from there, loud and full of good humor. But it wouldn't last. A fast approaching vehicle squealed to a stop outside and a car door slammed soon after. Isabella Marie, where the hell are you? A shrill screech pierces the air. Shit. Renee came up here almost faster than I thought. But before I could move I heard sirens and another vehicle pull up. Mrs. Dwyer, you are under arrest for reckless driving, endangering an unborn child, and violating a restraining order. Oh good, it was Deputy Marks. What restraining order? Renee screeched. The one filed by one Miss Isabella Swan. She has no desire to have your person within any vicinity. The judge agreed and has set the closest distance allowable in this case to be the next county over. You are to be escorted by myself to the county line and we ask that you do not return. Deputy Marks recited. That's preposterous. My daughter would never file a claim against me like that. Renee sneered. The pack were all vibrating with rage at the despicable woman outside. They knew what she had put me through as a child and they were ready to take their pound of flesh. I'm afraid you are wrong, Mrs. Dwyer. You see, I helped her file it. She wants nothing to do with you. Deputy Marks nearly spat at her. That's ridiculous. Isabella, come out here this instant. Tell this officer you didn't really want the restraining order. Renee screeched again. Brady handed me my cell phone. I dialed Phil's number by memory. Hello, he answers sounding unsure. Do you know where your wife is, Phil? I reply. Oh hey Bells. That would be a no. We are separated and I filed for a divorce. Why do you ask? Phil asks. Well, her pregnant shrill ass is here wanting me to answer to her like the little Cinderella I was before you came into our lives. I tell him. Wait, pregnant? What? Phil stops short, says and looks about 5 months or so. But Phil, I just adopted a set of twins and today is the funeral for Charlie. I can't have her charging in here and demanding my time I have none to give. I pleaded with him. Well, I left her 3 months ago and she was becoming a different person. Mood swings at the drop of a hat, tired for no reason, vomiting at all hours. Oh my God, she was pregnant. Phil exclaims. Yeah, and I'm betting this was just after she shrieked at me for wanting to leave Edward. I guessed. That's right, it was. I couldn't understand how unsympathetic she could be to you about the situation you were in with him. Phil sighed. If I stayed with him she probably hoped he would share the family money with me and my future sibling. His family left. I denied his proposal again and he got abusive, but this time others heard and stepped in. His parents had him committed back east somewhere. So I'm free from him. But about Renee I trailed off. Don't give in and don't go anywhere with her. Introduce her to her grandkids and tell her piss off. Or just tell her off. I will fight for the baby and have her declared unfit. I'm sure there can be a proviso in the legal proceedings that states she leave you alone. Phil began muttering to himself mostly. Thanks, Phil. Take care of yourself and if you need character witness testimony I'll be there. I said before hanging up. I took a moment and did some calming and centering to prepare myself for the onslaught of pure tripe I would be subjected to once I opened the door. No phasing, no attacking, but by no means do I wish to be alone with her. I told the pack. After receiving grunts and growls of acknowledgement, I squared my shoulders and opened the door. "See, Deputy, my daughter is here." I knew she would be. Renee practically simpered. "I wasn't doubting that. I have been telling you she has taken legal action to keep you away from her." Deputy Marks informed her once more. "You were tight, Acting Chief Marks. I did take legal action to have this woman kept from me. But seeing as she won't believe what anyone says, I need to tell her myself. I appreciate it if you would stick close by so you can arrest her once I am done dealing with her. But I do need to hash this out." I spoke clearly to Deputy Marks. He simply nodded and climbed into his cruiser to remove himself from the drama but not leave. "Isabella, why did you keep me waiting out here? I know you could hear me," Renee demanded while trying to keep her voice light and sweet for any audience we accrued. "Well, Renee, there are many reasons. First, I was having breakfast with my children and my extended adopted family. Second, you said you weren't coming when we spoke on the phone. 3, I am an adult woman and mother in my own right, and you have no control whatsoever in where I am, what I do, or who I am with. 4, my time as your personal attendant is finished. It was the moment I stepped on the plane to move to Forks. 5, you disowned me when I expressed my desire to escape my abusive boyfriend, so I am not your daughter. And finally, no woman worth anything lets herself or others around her be hurt, but you continuously have endangered me, my life and my happiness with your bad choices. I will see you in court if I have to. Get out of Clallam County, Renee. Never come back." I ranted at her, never giving her a chance to respond in any way. I turned and nodded to Deputy Marks before walking back into the house. I could hear the deputy climb out of his vehicle just before she started screeching. Once more I heard his voice reciting the Miranda rights over her profane utterances. Soon enough I heard the cruiser's door close and her voice muffle. Deputy Marks knocked on the door. I opened it. "I am about to haul her into the station and we will have expedited transport to have her removed from the county ASAP once I book her. Since it is all SOP for the restraining order, she will be transferred to a neighboring county facility and the other charges will apply to her record as well. I hope to make it to the services tonight, but I have a feeling this could get in the way. Have a good day, Bells." Marks informed me with a soft smile and a tip of his hat before leaving. He stopped partway to his vehicle. "I'll call Dowlings and have her rental car returned to the dealership and her possessions will eventually follow her." I thanked him and waved him off. By the time all of the excitement had passed, it was already noon. My day was barely halfway over and I was simply exhausted. Renee exhausted me mentally constantly as I grew up, but I had never realized how profoundly until now. Once I closed the door again, I was instantly whacked up into hugs by the pack. Each one checking in their way that I was okay. Rather than yelp and complain, I just soaked in the care and attention because they were my family and not the shrew that was arrested. I let their high temperatures and secure embraces fill me with peace. It was almost like I was recharged when the rounds of hugs were over. At some point the house phone had rang and Emily had answered. She was quiet and murmuring into the receiver before Sam moved to her side and took the phone. I paid it no mind, thinking it was probably just a tribal or construction issue that he or the pack could deal with. I simply leaned into Colin's side and let him be a comforting presence. Brady stuck close by but was watching the rental car that had been left behind outside. I must have drifted off because when I woke up Colin wasn't nearby, but I was covered by a blanket and left to rest on the couch. I heard voices coming from the kitchen, so I stood up and folded the blanket, draping it over the armrest at the end of the couch. As I drew near to the kitchen I heard them in a debate over something. "He claims it would only be 5 of them." Sam spoke. "But why do they want to be here? We just had most of them leave." Paul snarled. "He heard what today is and wants to be here as support." Sam sighed and drug a hand through his hair. "Who?" I asked. The pack all nearly jumped through the ceiling, and if I hadn't been so curious it would have been comical. "The warrior wants to come back with the burly one and the blonde as well as 2 others." Sam came clean, knowing how I feel about being kept in the dark. "Did he say why?" I wanted to know. "He found out today was Charlie's service and wants to be here for you. He still calls you his baby sister." Sam was clearly trying not to growl at that last bit. "The 2 manipulative ones may have been horrible, but the others were family to me, Sam." Emmett and Rosalie would act out to take the attention off of me, and if I was bullied or bothered by others they stepped in. Jasper is a fierce warrior, and when he was aware of danger to me he was dogged in his efforts to keep me safe. When Phoenix happened he was the one to tear the tracker to pieces and burn him to ash. If he couches for others then he must trust them not to cause problems. Did he say who the other two were? I had an idea, but I kind of hoped it wasn't Carlisle and Esme. He called them his captain and lieutenant. Sam answered, clearly exasperated that he didn't know more. That would be his own coven mates from his time in the Vampire Wars. He changed them and refused to cull them when their newborn years were up. They are mates, and he claims them not as his children but as his brother and sister-in-law. The three of them are well known in the vampire world and are greatly feared in combat. Peter has foreknowledge of certain things. Like bits and pieces of information just pops into his head and he has to follow it or things go foobar. But he can be quite a character when not serious. Loves his pranks and jokes. Charlotte is apparently as sweet as pie and somehow keeps his ass in line. If Jasper is bringing the four of them then either things are going tits up or they all wanted to come with him just to see me. I shrug. Do you want them here? Sam asks gently. That would be like asking if I wanted the pack with me and the boys. I answered like it was obvious. They can come then. Sam confirms and Paul grumbles. Paul, he was taken from the Civil War and changed against his will like just about all other vamps. Instead of being told to keep away from humans and helped to retain his humanity he was thrust into the Thunderdome for 100 years. He made 2 friends in that time. 2 in 100 years. He got away and found out he could drink animal blood and be as close to a normal person as a vampire can get. He jumped at it, wouldn't you? If reenacting Fight Club was what you lived with and you could quit even making a fist, wouldn't you? I got away from Renee and have made a life away from her. He can't help what he is now, but he is strong to change from what the one who bit him wanted him to be. I was a nobody little girl who never had friends or anyone who cared before I moved in with Charlie. Then I had a dad. But he worked and fished and watched sports. It was a step up from Renee, but shelter and transportation were what he had to give. Then those two set their claws into me. When they let me with others it was only their family. You saw when we met them at the treaty line that the others all were shocked and angered on my behalf. I was their youngest and newest sibling and child. But I chose to get away from Edward and Alice. The others just left because they needed to move on and things needed to be done to keep all of us safe. Not just me or the twins, the pack, the tube and the whole town. He'll probably even the state. Sure, Rosalie can be a bit of a bitch, but she cares deeply once she lets someone in. Emmett is carefree most of the time, but he can be deadly when he needs to, but mostly he is just a goof. And Jasper, he keeps things close to his chest usually. But once he accepts people as family it can take a lot to make him change that. Like his wife of 50 years breaking vampire law to have a living doll. Or his brother pretending to romance a girl only to go against family values and use said girl as a blood bag. Jasper and Carlisle killed their family members for me. Because the two they killed were practically strangers if they could pull off such actions behind everyone's backs in front of their faces. So fuck you if you can't get it, Paul. They are my family too. I huffed. I had worked myself into quite a fervor ranting at him. I get that, Bella. I just don't like them being here. They may have shown you and proven to you they aren't like our legends, but they are still strangers to us. I won't trust them just because you say okay. I need to see the proof myself. I'm not gonna stop them coming, but I don't like it either. Paul nearly whispers. I get you for not stopping their visit. And just so you know, I have fought the Cullens about the pack just the same. Though it was mostly the two that were destroyed I fought. I told him. Really? Paul looked up at me with shock in his features. Of course. When the asshole made them abandon me you all took care of me and brought me back from the brink. The pack are my family. If I didn't believe that I wouldn't be here. I confided. They will meet us at the funeral hall, but now we got a haul-ass little sister. Sam interjected. I looked at the time and it was 1:35. The house was a flurry of movement as the pack filed out and made for the several vehicles needed to transport everyone to Forks. Sam has the forethought to have the boys and I ride with him and Emily. The boys can't drive and I will be in no shape to do so after the services. For usually being a half hour the ride passed quickly, but then again we were not in my old faithful tank of a truck. I forgot to even ask if Deputy Marks was finished with it. That will have to wait longer, I guess. We pulled up to the funeral home. We will all wait out here until the doors open at 3, little sister. We knew you wanted the time to mourn privately. The pups will of course go with you. The warrior and his group should be here soon since they said they chose to run rather than drive. Sam told me softly. I couldn't think of what to say, so I just nodded in thanks. After taking a deep breath to calm myself down, I straightened my back and shoulders and made slow, deliberate steps to the front door of the funeral home. As soon as Colin, Brady and I stepped inside, Mr. Smithens met us. Miss Swan, I just wanted to once again extend my condolences to you and your sons. Unfortunately, because of the amount of people that will be attending has risen, due to your father's unfailing talent to gain respect wherever he goes, I will have to open the doors earlier to the public. Mr. Smithens was visibly flustered. That will be fine. My father had many acquaintances throughout the state and neighboring states and provinces even. I would expect no less than to extend the time available for mourners to come pay their respects. I appreciate the work you have done and will continue to do through the process. Thank you, I replied calmly. I must have said the right thing because he settled down considerably. With that, he gestured us toward the room in which the services would happen. I had not known what to expect besides an urn in a well-seen place at the front. In addition to that, I found the room to be filled with bluebells with baby's breath and cedar boughs. The urn was actually a cedar box carved in Quileute style but had his police badge engraved on the lid. Fish and wild game were depicted around the sides, showing the hobbies he preferred to engage in. Baseballs and footballs were snuck into the scenes too. A portrait of Charlie in his uniform was blown up and placed close by. I stroked the lid of his urn and whispered, "I love you, Daddy. Don't worry, we got her. You are avenged." The boys and I took our seats at the front of the assembled folding chair pews. My mind reliving all the meals shared and every hug we had in the last couple years. I hope he knew I loved him before she drained him. I must have been lost in my head for a while before someone stepped in front of me. I looked up and it was Reverend Weber. "Hello, Reverend." I greeted him quietly. "Hello, dear. I just wanted to know if you had anything you wanted added to the service besides the eulogy and my small sermon." The Reverend replied, "Do you know the final inspection?" I asked. "Of course, dear. I would gladly add that for you. I will be sharing the podium with your great uncle. He wishes to give a prayer from the reservation as well," Reverend Weber informed me softly. "Thank you." I tried to smile but I had trouble. "Think nothing of it, dear." He patted me on the shoulder before shaking Colin and Brady's hands. Soon the room began to fill as the doors opened. The pack joined us after paying their respects to the urn. A murmur arose before Jasper and the others walked into my view. Emmett actually looked subdued at the sight of Rosalie. Rosalie looked mournful approaching the urn. Jasper was bracing against the onslaught of emotions the room held. A couple I could only guess were Peter and Charlotte, followed the others to the front. After each of them paid respects to Charlie, they made their way toward me. Once Emmett was close enough, I launched myself at him. He caught me and held me close as I began crying. Rose rubbed my back as they both whispered softly to me just soothing phrases. Jasper moved to Emmett's other side and I almost made Emmett fumble me as I moved to embrace Jasper with equal desperation. Rather than speak, Jasper simply pumped me full of reassurance and love. I could hear Brady introducing himself and his brother to Emmett and the rest as Jasper held me. I paid it no mind, though I knew I should have done so before breaking down. I pulled back as the crying subsided for now. Jasper simply held me before letting go. Rosalie handed me a handkerchief to clear up my face. I gave her a watery thank you. Peter and Charlotte hung back and observed the reunion. I met their muddied brown eyes and nodded in acknowledgement of their presence. They each smiled and nodded back. I hoped they had enough contacts to make it through the evening. I retook my seat and took Brady's hand to stay calm. Others filed through paying respects but most simply nodded to me before finding their own seats or place to stand. Eventually Reverend Weber took his place at the podium. I would like to begin the services by thanking everyone that has come to pay their respects to a great man. Charles Charlie Lee Swan was born October 5, 1967 and was taken from this world June 14, 2007. He was preceded in death by his father Jeffrey and mother Mary Swan. He is survived by his daughter Isabella and grandsons Colin and Brady. Charlie was the chief of police of our small town, but he was always helping other communities when they needed it. Even here in Forks, Charlie was always lending a hand to his friends and neighbors. For many years he was alone, but I am sure everyone would agree his face was lit up near to splitting with joy at the news his only child was moving home to be with him. Isabella was his greatest accomplishment in his eyes. Just days before he left this world he was bragging about the expansion of his family. His daughter had adopted 2 young men in need of family. The elation of having grandsons filled him to near to bursting. Many of you may not have known Charlie was only months from retirement. He had expressed the desire to step back and enjoy life now that he had family close by to spend time with. It was supposed to be a surprise to Isabella. Please bow your heads as I say a prayer for our dearly departed. Lord in heaven, hear my prayer. Take Charlie into your eternal embrace so that he may find peace in the hereafter. Bless his loved ones that they may not mourn but celebrate his life. Bless those gathered here and those on their way that they stay safe in these dark times. Amen. Murmurs of amen filled the room. A writing was asked to be read by the family. It is the final inspection by Sergeant Joshua Helterbrand. The policeman stood before his God, which must always come to pass. He hoped his shoes were shining bright, just as brightly as his brass. Step forward now, policeman. How shall I deal with you? Have you turned the other cheek? To my church have you been true? The policeman squared his shoulders and said, No, Lord, I guess I ain't. Because those of us who carry guns can't always be a saint. I've had to work most Sundays, and at times my talk was rough, because the world is awfully tough. But I never took a thing that wasn't mine to keep, though I worked a lot of overtime when the bills got just too steep, and I never passed a cry for help, though at times I shook with fear, and sometimes, God forgive me, I wept unmanly tears. I know I don't deserve a place among the people here. They never wanted me around, except to calm their fears. If you've a place for me here, Lord, it needn't be so grand. I never expected nor had too much. But if you don't, I'll understand. There was silence all around the throne, where saints often trod, as the policeman waited quietly for the judgment of his God. Step forward now, policeman. You've borne your burdens well. Come walk peacefully on heaven's streets. You've done your time in hell. Sniffles and blowing noses were the only noises that could be heard as the poem ended. In many ways the piece epitomized Charlie to a T. He was so humble and quiet, but he was well loved by all here. Now I will be passing you all over to Quillatira too, as he wastes to say a few words himself. Reverend Weber said before stepping away from the podium. Old Quill took his place and cleared his throat. It seems the poem had affected him as well. It is not a well-known fact, but Charlie was my nephew. My wife was his father's sister. I watched him grow nearly from birth to his untimely demise. He was a good man any family would be proud to be related to. When his parents fell ill, he did not shirk his obligations in any arena of life. He fought to keep his daughter when his marriage fell apart, and he continued to work tirelessly at the station all while nursing his parents until they each slipped away into death. My wife had already fallen ill and could not help them, but I knew she would have if it were possible. I kept my eye on him should he need assistance, but with the love and support of his friends he built a comfortable existence for the years before his daughter finally returned home. It warms my heart that he knew his new grandsons before he was ripped from his family. We will all miss him. I was going to say a prayer, but the Reverend covered it well. Just be at peace in knowing he is in a better place now. With that he nodded and stepped away. Others got up and spoke, sharing stories or words of wisdom, but I was lost in my thoughts of my father. The services closed after some time had passed. Before I could rise to retrieve the urn, Sam took possession of it for me. I nodded in gratitude before leaning into Colin's side as we made our way out of the building. Billy sat outside struggling to keep his composure. Billy. I moved to his side and took his hand. He was all I had left. Billy choked out, I know. Would you like to take him? I would like to fill a locket with some of his ashes, but you were his best friend and closest family for most of his life. I know he would have wanted to be with you. Maybe you can spread him over your favorite fishing hole. I know that was where he was happiest. I offered. I received a watery gaze that held so much emotion I couldn't discern one from another. I would be honored to have him with me, Bells. I have a locket of Sarah's that would be perfect for you. The twins never seemed to grow attached to it. And I know Jake wouldn't be offended by my giving it away. Thank you, Billy. I will be proud to have it. I remember Sarah and always admired her. I squeezed his hand. Jake joined us and took hold of Billy's wheelchair with a nod. Sam came over and passed the urn to Billy. Come by on a day or two and I will have that locket ready for you. Take care. Billy told me before nodding to Jake that he was ready to move. Hey little bit, your daddy would be proud of such a send-off. An unknown voice told me. I turned to find Peter and Charlotte standing nearby. I hope he was. He deserved the best. I hiccuped. Oh sugar, I don't doubt he was. Charlotte cooed. Sam stepped forward. If I have your word you won't feed on anyone, the whole lot of you can come to my house. Bella and the boys' apartment is too cozy for visitors and Charlie's place is already cleared out and up for sale. We only eat Baddies Alpha. Drained a few murderers before we hit the state line. Unlike the fur suckers, a couple humans worth can last us a month instead of days. You have our assurance all are safe. Peter informed Sam. Sam reeled back in shock. Really that long between feedings? Only in the first year is the bloodlust unmanageable. After that it gets easier. If we drain more than a couple we get sloshy. Charlotte confesses. The Cullens wreak havoc on the local ecosystem. Sam stated. Is that true? We try to only eat the sick and feeble. Rosalie exclaims. You scared off the healthier animals. Sam told her. Ephraim may not have known the impact your coven would have. Sam mused. Let's go home before we discuss anything else. I interrupted. Everyone agreed and we made our way back to Sam and Emily's. Since Jasper and company had run to be in Forks, they rode with pack members to the house. The sight of them running alongside our caravan would have been highly conspicuous, and they had never been on the reservation before, so they had no inkling where they were headed. Everybody poured forth from their vehicles as soon as we reached the house. Jared made an excuse and escorted Kim away. She had never met a cold one before and didn't want to stay. Emily bustled into the kitchen, automatically starting coffee and assembling snack foods for those who ate. The rest of us all filed into the living room and found places to perch or lean about the room. We are so sorry about your dad, Belly. Emmett looked so forlorn from the corner he stood in with Rosalie. Well, it wasn't you. It was Irina, I told him flatly. What? Irina Denali? Rosalie cried in shock. Yes. Retaliation because the pack killed Laurent when he came to check on me for Victoria. She wanted to kill me, but by the time she came to get me I already moved to live here in La Push. I explained. I'll tear her to pieces. No one attacks my baby sister. She growled. You were too late. We got her not even an hour after she drained and decapitated Charlie. I dreamt of her standing over him and the pack investigated. We caught up to her in Edwards Meadow with Tanya and the rest. With Carlisle's help they left her and ran home. She was ash soon after. I told her. They just left her? Emmett asked. Yes. Carlisle snarled at them because he had promised the region was to be verboten to vampires and they had violated that just days after you all left. He sided with us that as soon as her teeth even touched Charlie's throat her life was forfeit. I knew it was difficult to understand that they just left. How soon after we left was this? Jasper asked from his place across the room. A couple days after graduation. I was supposed to be moving into the apartment with my boys. How did you get them to just leave her? Charlotte interjected. We told them we would pursue her and only her, but if they got in the way they would not be spared. Carlisle told them if they didn't leave her and get out of the region the Volturi would seek them out too. Sam fielded that question. Carmen and her mate fled, not wishing to have any conflict. Kate chose to follow them and begged Tanya to just go home and they could mourn her together. I tacked on. Wow, Bells, it's just one thing after another, isn't it? Emmett tried to joke. I raised my thumbs and pointed them at myself. Danger magnet. Apparently. Peter quipped. Well, with the mind raper gone as well as the crystal ball, her safety rose exponentially. Even more after the redhead was dealt with too. Paul growled in my defense. Murmured agreement circled the room. Even the vampires nodded. Besides idiot nomads that haven't heard of the region becoming a no-go zone, the only issues I can see would be the Denali Coven wanting retribution or the Volturi breaking their word to Carlisle that I am safe and will be left alone. I piped up. Well, Sug, your thoughts are all viable, but I doubt the Denali Coven will attack. They hate death and war as much as Carlisle. But the Volturi, I could see Aaron doing it covertly and presenting you to the castle changed. Peter was interrupted by growls and snarls throughout the room. And Keys, I could see him becoming enraged at the knowledge that there are wolves in the world. The fact that you are shifters and not true children of the moon doesn't matter to him. Peter was cool as a cucumber telling us all this. I know that Keys hates Carlisle, he thinks the animal diet is inexcusably idiotic. He made comments to that effect when we were in Italy. I replied, and Arrow covets you because your shield works even as a human. Peter nodded. Who's to say he could breach it when I change to make Chelsea bind me to him? I block mental and even some physical gifts. I nearly smirk. Good point, but I doubt he would consider that. Jasper jumped into the conversation. Now Jasper was charismatic as a human and his gift grew exponentially when he was changed. My shield is decently strong and would just gain in effectiveness if I were changed. Then he would be Saul because I don't like him. I also couldn't be affected by his guards when we were there. I made the observation conversationally even though the pack growled. Knock it off, you already know I chose blood and a heartbeat. I won't rule out living longer than a normal lifespan given how close I am with the pack and my sons. And if the family keeps meeting, the pack will continue to shift. What do you mean? Emmett asked. Your move here triggered the change. The gene to shift was dormant and it continued after you left. My sons are only 13 They look 19, right? I explained. Emmett nodded with wide eyes. Rosalie had gasped at the information that they caused the pack to phase in the first place. If we had known, we would have made the family move. Lives were changed, but it is what it is now. You didn't know, Sam stated firmly. Some of us in this pack, this is the only family we have, and it makes us stronger as people. Hall admitted grudgingly. I knew he was referring to his temper and his life choices prior to his first phase. Our lives freeze until we no longer phase. No college, no traveling, for me, no kids. Leah told them softly, well, at least for her. Rosalie looked at Leah in horror. We are frozen too. My greatest wish before I was changed was motherhood. But circumstances changed and I was changed. I get that pain. My heart twisted in sympathetic agony for them both. If it weren't for the no humans rule, I would surrogate for you, Rose. But the Kings would probably do something. I whispered. I would do the same for you, Leah. Everyone nearly gave themselves whiplash turning to stare at me. Really? The whole room asked in unison. My sisters deserve to live their lives. The stasis they live in impedes that. Rose loves children. Hell, she fell for Emmett because he kinda reminded her of her best friend's toddler as a human. Then she stayed with him for who he is. And Leah, she may only be 19 now, but what if she imprints and can't stop shifting? The family they would want to have would be on hold almost indefinitely. I defended myself. Rosalie's eyes welled with venom tears. I wish that were possible. Just knowing you would be willing to is enough, baby sister. I smiled at her with a nod. You make a good point, Swan. None of us know when we can stop shifting and life would just stay in a holding pattern, no aging, no kids, no retirement. To even have a piece of it would be a blessing. If the time comes, I may take you up on that. Leah tells me, and I can see she is fighting not to go all misty-eyed too. Unless I get a mate who disagrees, I will definitely keep my end of the bargain, probably even against his or her wishes. I answered firmly. Whoa, a bit progressive there, aren't you? Quill jokes. Hey, you never know. Another girl could phase and could be gay. You forget I was raised by Renee. I've had a few aunts in my time. I shot back with a laugh. Half the pack looked stunned. They obviously hadn't thought about it. But the only girls in the bloodlines close in age, Jake gulps, are the twins. I know Jake. Sure, Bex married Solomon, but it was to have a viable reason to stay away. And Rachel left for college. But college ends, man. You just never know. I felt bad because I just made Jake just about sick at the idea. Would you really be against either of them if they were too spirited? I asked honestly. Phrasing it that way snapped him back to reality. What? No, of course not. Two-spirited people are to be respected. Jake protested vehemently. Then chill. I just wanted it out there that I have no issue with whomever the gods deem to be my mate. I sighed and met everyone's gaze confidently. Wow, darlin', way to silence a room. Jasper chuckled. At least this time was with words, not a paper cut. I joked. Jasper went to speak. Don't even. You were pathokinetic and 5 others felt the burn in their throats because of my blood. One of which my blood was 10 times more potent. I bet on his afterlife that he pushed it at you to make you lunge. But I could see when you did it was at him, not me. I chastised him. Your eyes and Carlyle's stayed gold. Jasper's jaw went slack like I had brained him with a metal bat. The pack just stared at us, not knowing the full story. With the micromanagement we both lived under, they made you feel like you had no control whatsoever. Carlyle's sake, you were changed and fighting for your life and fighting your thirst long before they were separate cells in their parents' bodies. You lived through carnage, and when the opportunity arose to get out you took it. Feeling the negative emotions of your prey made you miserable, so when you found out about feeding from animals, you jumped at the choice. Though personally I think you could and should have just changed the emotions to peace and tranquility, but I doubt you thought of that. Then again, you drain how many animals versus human drinkers? I vented. About 20 to 2 in a month. Peter answered. Per vampire. Now you tend to live in remote places with lots of game, right? Who starves because they can't get a decent hunt? I elaborate on the thought. We never thought of that. Emmett confesses. No, Carlyle should have. Now bagged blood would be great if you get a steady supply, but I know logistically and realistically it's not viable because it would take away from patients and spoils far too easily. Then there are criminals and lowlifes that fall through the cracks of the law. Peter and Charlotte prey on them. Unless they gorge on blood or stress eat, they only take out 4 to 6 a month. Not many in the bigger picture, but how many victims do they save in the process? Like sex traffickers or drug dealers makers. Or rapists, killers. I rant, and when I finish I sit back to let everyone think about it. Oh my Carlyle, we have probably starved thousands of people over the years. Rosalie whimpers before hiding her venom-filled eyes in Emmett's shoulder. Seth pipes up, face full of confusion. Why do you say Carlyle instead of God? Emmett ducks his head. He is the one who changed us. Our father and maker, if you will. If you believed Edward, we were soulless, so Carlyle was the closest we had to a religious icon. It started as a bit of a joke, but it stuck. Hell, I end up saying it when talking to them. I muttered. Like we used Tasha Aki then. Sam mused. I nodded. Yep, makes sense. Seth acknowledges. Suddenly stomachs growled alarmingly loud as the pack hadn't eaten since breakfast. Oh my, Charlotte exclaims. Dinner is ready, Emily called from the kitchen. You first, Bella, Sam said, waving me on into the kitchen. Why does she go first? Peter asked, genuinely curious. She eats less than we do, as does Kim and Emily. They serve first, then we clear up the rest. Sam explains. Think of it like we drain humans and they eat animals. The real numbers would be like we eat 2,000 calories give or take and they eat like 30,000. Their metabolism is extremely high because of the energy phasing uses. I add on. Hot damn. That's a lot of food. Emmett calls out, seeing the groaning table laden with food. This is only one meal, Emily and I cook like this thrice daily. I say. Seriously? Rosalie asks. Yep. I've thought about making protein shakes with calorie boosters to supplement their diet so we don't have to gut a store like Doomsday Peepers every couple days. I chuckle ruefully because I already had the conversation with Emily, but we didn't know if it would work. Like bodybuilders drink? Paul asked. Yes, but Emily and I weren't sure you all would be willing to try it or where to look to get it. I told him. I say we try it, it can't hurt. Embry says. The rest of the pack all seem on board. We can look into it for you. I could order straight from suppliers and just have it shipped here to you. Rosalie offers. We would greatly appreciate it. Anything to reduce food cost. As it is, we have to hunt in wolves sometimes to refill our energy. Sam answered her. The visit from there was quite pleasant as the pack ate. The vampires asked about life and the pack learned their origins in the life. As each told their stories, I could see the levels of respect and understanding rise. When Jasper and company left, it was on good terms. The pack agreed the treaty would be amended to add criminals and lowlifes to the acceptable diet. It warmed my heart to see my family coming together. The boys and I said our good nights and headed home ourselves. I just needed to remember to see Billy in a day or two. The next few days Colin, Brady and I settled into a routine. When they went to patrol, I went to help Joy at the store. It was a quiet but no less busy use of my time and effort. I was skipping the shop today though. I had to go see Billy. I was supposed to go a day or two after the funeral, but it had nearly been a week. Once the boys jogged off to the woods, I began making my way down the road to the Black's place. Since moving to the res, I rarely used a vehicle, only driving when I had to go to Forks or PA. The walk was peaceful and I enjoyed knowing the views I had on the reservation were well worth the choice I had made in regards to my future. Choosing to come to the res that day was the smartest choice I ever made. I was happy, mostly. The boys gave my life purpose, but it would be wonderful to share that purpose and life with another. Losing Charlie showed me that. He was loved by many, but when it got down to it he was alone. I know he had been spending time with Sue, but according to Seth and Leah nothing was happening. They didn't smell him on her any more than simple hugs. No kissing or Shutter's other actions. I know it's a natural thing that happens, but parents are like Barbies and G.I. Joes. Anatomically correct but still non-sexualized. Yeah, I know Barbie has the huge rack and the hourglass curves, but that's an unrealistic idea for girls to try to attain when they grow up. Feminist ideals aside, I almost wish they had been that for each other. No one deserves to be alone. Companionship is nice, and children give distraction and purpose, but love and intimacy are required for life to be full. I pulled out of my musings as the red run-down home came into view. I made my way across the yard to the porch. My knuckles rapped clearly and I admit a bit forcefully on the door. It's open, I'm in the kitchen. Billy called out. I turned the doorknob and opened the door to step inside. Hey Billy, I'm sorry I didn't come sooner. Nonsense, you're here now. The necklace is filled and ready for you. Billy smiled at me as I joined him in the kitchen. My boys and I have been finding our new normal. I confessed, trying not to feel guilty. So have I. My hands itched to pick up the phone and ask about the next game or going fishing. Billy sighed, his face falling from the smile to one of mournful contemplation. For me it's asking if he's eating more than pizza or burgers at the diner and if the house needs cleaning. I chuckle humorlessly. Billy nodded, knowing how Charlie and I interacted. You know, the last time we talked before he died, it was about you. Billy asked. I looked at him and was surprised he was going to share some of Charlie's last words. I shook my head. He was saying he was damn proud of you for leaving that leech, but he called him a soul-sucking bottom feeder. Billy laughed at that. He was growing accustomed to having grandsons and I could tell it meant a lot to him. He loved you so much, Bells. I nodded and looked into my lap where my fingers were a tangle. Tears streamed down my cheeks. I miss him, Billy. I keep expecting him to show up with his pleased grin as he greets me. I always knew when I saw that smile that he caught a great haul out on the water with you. I choked a bit at the end, but I know he heard me. When you got the Cullens to leave, why were you scared about some Italians? Billy asked, changing the subject. Cold ones have laws boiling down to a couple simple points essentially. No exposure to humans, raise your newborns till they won't cause trouble, and every human they show themselves to has to be killed or be turned. I paused to breath and let the information set in. Billy nodded, understanding so far. When I jumped off that cliff, Alice saw me jump because she had been watching me. When I didn't surface in her vision because Jake pulled me out, she assumed I died. She freaked, and Rosalie, the blonde bombshell, called Edward to reunite her family. He had abandoned them not long after leaving Forks. Instead of going home, he went to Italy to ask the Kings to destroy him. He had told me once that if I died he would follow. Going to the Kings was king of like suicide by cop. Instead they denied him and offered him a place among them. He chose to try and step into the sunlight at high noon during a celebration. Ironically, it was for the eradication of vampires from the town. When I got home from the cliff, Jake told me about Harry and then tried to keep me from going in the house because a Cullen was inside. We fought and he left. When I got inside I found Alice. She chastised me for being alive and then smelled Jake on me. Jake came in wanting to make sure I was okay. Not long after that my house phone rang. Jake answered and I didn't know it, but it was Edward. He was checking to see if Alice, and by association Rosalie, was wrong. He hid his voice and asked for Charlie. Jake told him Charlie was planning a funeral. As soon as they hung up, Alice had the vision of Italy. I was influenced by her pheromones to aid her to save him. I got to Edward just as noon struck and kept him from exposing himself. But the King's guards collected us as well as Alice. Their talents didn't work to harm or subdue me. They called my talent a shield and waxed poetic at how I would be a marvel when I was changed. They demanded I change when I graduate high school. Otherwise I was to be killed. I explained. But now since you are packed they will let you live a human life. Billy asked for confirmation. I nodded. That's what Carlyle had Jasper assure me when Jasper contacted me about the monies they felt went to me as Edward's claimed mate. Then that's good, right? Billy seemed optimistic. One of the kings covets me greatly. I would not put it past him to be underhanded and find a way to steal me and change me behind everyone's backs. I know he believes I will be easily swayed and bend to his will if that happened. My talent would negate that I feel, but he is quite mad. His thirst for power knows no bounds. He binds others to himself with a loyal guard's talent. He cares not for consent or prior existing alliances. He has laid waste to covens for a talented member he wants, claiming the rest had broken laws. Oh, another law they have is no children are to be changed. Children have no control or concept of stopping things they like or want to do. Imagine a binge feed with a tantrum added, counties would be laid waste. So I fear them still, Billy. That one king wants me. I babbled. If you could exercise your shield, could you cover others? Billy mused. I could try, but I don't know how effective it could be. It is like being covered in something as strong to mental attack as a bomb shelter but as ephemeral as a bubble. After becoming a cold one it would grow in strength, but I chose humanity over that. I suppose I could use it human, but it would be difficult. I rattled off in speculation, almost forgetting Billy was there. Could you drop it? Like it could be blocking an imprint, I think. I have a feeling. I doubt it is Jacob. I have seen how you were with him. He is like a brother to you. I have seen him wish it were more. Billy sighed. I never thought about removing the shield before. You think if I did someone would imprint on me? I asked in a hushed tone. I think so. You won't know unless you try. Billy shrugged. I'll think about it. Maybe trying to drop it will make expansion easier in the long run. I imagine it would be harder to remove than to share. I mused. You might be right. Well, I need to rest, Bells. You go enjoy your day or try to practice with your shield. Billy did look tired, so I nodded, and after a hug I took the locket and left. My mind was a whirl of thoughts as I made my way home. I was violently pulled out of my head by the yells of a couple directed at me. You filthy hoquat, you stole our sons, the woman screeched. Excuse me, I responded in shock. My sons are not yours to take. The man yelled. I did not steal anyone or anything. You gave them up. I was the one willing to have them. You abandoned them. For what? Your own prejudices. Those boys are caring and sensitive, but no, they are different from others their own age, so you kicked them out. What did you expect? For to perish or be taken in by some family here that has government help? I charged at them and got into their faces with each accusation. No white woman should be raising them. Any native family would be better. Mrs. Fuller yelled. Ha! Like who? Tiffany Call. She has her own son to raise who is kind and quiet. Allison Yulee. She raised her son already and he is a good man. Tomas Cameron. He has 3 kids. All of them struggle to make ends meet, just as I'm sure you did before you disowned my sons. They are legally mine. I am not just some hoquat either. My great-aunt was Molly Atira. My great-grandfather was nephew to Quill Atira. I may be pale, but I am Quileute, I assure you. My birth was in the tribal clinic. Ask Sue Clearwater. She caught me as I came into this world. See your elders as to why my sons were given to me. They will answer you. I have dinner to prepare for the 3 of us and college courses to sign up for so I can get a degree and provide a better life for my sons. I just about snarled before passing them and entering the store. Joy met me and hugged me. Oh, my little bird, you are such a good mother. I am so proud of you. I hiccuped and just let her hold me. It had been so long since I was held like this. Esme tried, but after Italy Edward wouldn't allow anyone in the house that close. When the Fullers shook off the shock my words had given them, they moved to follow me. Quill bowled out of the back room and blocked the door. Leave. If you are here to shop, we closed for the day. If you are here to bother my cousin, shame on you. Quill was dangerously close to growling at them and had begun shaking. The couple realized Quill was pack and they bolted in fear. True to his word, Quill closed and latched the shop's door and turned the sign to closed. So we are related more than just Gran-huh? Quill asked softly. Great-great-grandpa Joseph was Quill-Eye's brother. He had the growth spurt but never got the fever or phased. Since his son married a Hoquat, they left the reservation. Grandpa Jeffrey was half but was pale. Charlie never tanned in the sun either. I'm so pale no one would believe I was Quileute. Renee snooped into the family tree. That's why she insists I was born on tribal land. Check the bylaws. I'm full blood, I told him and Joy. They both looked shocked. Old Quill walked in just then. She's right actually. My cousin and I both married swans. Our age was off enough and everyone seemed to forget my wife's father was my cousin. The generational gap was enough to forget. Since my father was a wolf and waited for his imprint, I came later in life than his siblings' kids. Old Quill explained. It's a bit cringe-worthy when we talk about it, Uncle. I told him while scrunching my nose in displeasure. You were right, but what everyone forgot that is highly relevant is that Joseph was adopted as an Atira. His family had died and my grandparents took him in. My father claimed him as his brother and so it was. Uncle Joseph was a little Zia by birth and was a second or third cousin to be honest. His parents' siblings were struggling much like many families are today. They could not take him in. Quill elaborated. So you and Aunt Molly were actually third or fourth cousins or something. That's a bit better. I relaxed. It was complicated and messy but family lines were a bit sketchy the farther you went back. Especially in Indian country. I knew today would be emotionally taxing due to seeing Billy, but the ancestry lesson and the confrontation with the Fullers just put me over on drama for the month. I better go get dinner going or the boys and I will have to get takeout. I said sheepishly. With the day you have had you earned not having to cook. Joy replied. Yeah Bells, the pack can see how good a mom you are. One night phoning in dinner won't hurt. Quill gave his 2 cents. Why don't we make it a family meal and you 3 come over? Old Quill suggested. Joy and Quill agreed instantly. Okay. Quill, can you phase and let them know? I asked. Sure. Don't you worry, tonight is for relaxing. Quill sounded serious, or as serious as he could be while grinning like a fool. After he left to do what I asked Joy, Old Quill and I made our way to their house. The evening was relaxing and the boys heard stories about Charlie and the family history. They were just as squicked about the family tree before the true parentage of Joseph was explained. We had fun and enjoyed ourselves. The days passed quickly and quietly after that eventful day I visited Billy. I spent time every day meditating and trying to visualize my shield. It was like a bubble encased my whole body, but I say 3 layers. One was around my mind only, another seemed inactive and the third covered me completely. I imagined the one on my mind opening like a nutshell. I don't know if it worked, but I was prepared to try it again the next pack dinner we went to. Mr. and Mrs. Fuller actually did confront the elders, making their accusations against me and how unfit they believed me to be. First questioning my race and moving on to my age. They were not given satisfaction in their smear campaign against me. Billy and the others backed me up quite fiercely. They even proved I was born, and made a full-blooded member of the tribe, at the clinic. They eventually shut up and moved on with their lives, but still glared daggers at myself and the twins. I was actually baking some cakes for a pack dinner tonight. I had filled the bottom of my baking pans with blackberries since they were in season. I prepared French vanilla cake batter and covered the berries before putting the pans in the oven. The berries made the baking process take longer, but the end result would be well worth the effort. I was waiting for them to bake, so I set a timer to go off just a couple minutes early before settling down to meditate. I was trying to lower the full body encasing bubble. I imagined it peeling off of me like a wetsuit, clinging and fighting like wet material. Once I had shed it, I thought about keeping it off and cracking the nutshell around my mind to be completely unshielded. Goosebumps arose on my arms and the inactive layer solidified. When I opened my eyes, I saw a shimmering film around me. I thought about it expanding. It slowly spread out, but everything around me was shoved away as it moved. This must be my physical shield. So that's how I use it. I thought about the other body shield and matched it to the physical shield. The 2 layers were clear yet multicolored like bubbles. It worked. I closed my eyes again and visualized them shut off and inactive around me. The mind shield too. Learning about one made the others easier to manipulate. I almost wanted to jump for joy, but I needed a snack. I peeled and cut an apple and had a small bowl of peanut butter to eat with it. The timer went off, so I checked the cakes through the glass front of the oven. They looked about ready, so I grabbed a toothpick and opened the oven to check them that way. Each cake left the toothpick clean, so I used oven mitts to pull them out. The pans were set on the counter to cool. Looking at the clock and seeing that it was almost time to leave, I grabbed ice cream and a few cans of canned milk to bring along. Colin and Brady came charging into the house laughing about something. "Hey guys, it's almost time to get to dinner. Come help me with dessert. It's our turn to bring sweets," I called out to them. "Okay Mama," Brady answered before joining me in the kitchen. The three of us worked together to get the cakes and other items ready to go. Once I was satisfied, we left. Going down the stairs was a bit harrowing since the cakes teetered in the twins' arms, but they survived. We walked to Sam and Emily's place easily after that. "Oh good, you made it. Dinner is just about done," Emily greeted us. "Where can we set these?" Colin asked her, glancing at the cakes. "On the counter would be best, I guess." "Go help your brothers," Emily told them. The cakes were set up and abandoned as the boys ran out back. "They seem to be doing well," Emily observes. "They are. It was a bit touch and go when the Fullers caused all that trouble, but they have been happy since the council made it clear they were my sons, not the Fullers." I let her know. "Good. They are finally with a good parent." Emily turned back to her cooking. "Hey Emily, Billy had an idea that piggybacks on some cold one stuff I learned about myself." I began. "What is it, hun?" she asked, looking over to me. "Cold ones sometimes have talents like Edward could read minds." My mind was silent to him. There are others that couldn't affect me either. So I was called a shield. Billy thinks maybe my talent is blocking an imprint. So I have been working on trying to shut it off to see if he is right. I finally made them shut off today. "I know you and Sam have an announcement tonight, but can I see if it can happen tonight too?" I babbled nervously. "Of course I don't mind. Two good things at once would make tonight even more special." Emily smiled widely. "Thanks Em. I didn't want to just steal the night. I'm actually pretty nervous about it. Billy could be right," I confided. "I think it will happen, sweetie. You deserve happiness." Emily rubbed my upper arm to comfort me before going back to stirring the different pots and pans on the stove. "I'll shield up till after you guys make your announcement, okay? Better the Alpha has good news before me," I told her. "Do what you think is best." Emily smiled at me. I closed my eyes and activated the layers of my shield. I opened my eyes and realized I turned on the physical one too. "Oops. Oh Bella, is that your?" Emily asked, trailing off her eyes, taking in the sight of my shield. "The physical shield? Yep. I accidentally turned it on with the mental ones," I told her before closing my eyes to see it shut off, but the other two stayed on. "Wow, that was sure a sight. Just don't push yourself if it tires you or hurts," Emily chides me. "I will do my best." I chuckle. I'm pretty sure what they are going to announce tonight. Emily is giving off a glow and is embracing mother mode more than ever. As promised, the meal was ready. The two of us moved it all to the table minus the cakes and the ice cream I had put in the fridge when we arrived. We served up our plates before Emily called out for the pack to come eat. As dinner finished up, Seth stopped short in passing Emily to clean his plate. "Shish." Everyone fell silent. Seth moved close to Emily and cocked his head. Eventually he started grinning. "Congratulations, it's a pup." "That's right, we are pregnant." Emily beamed at the pack. Rounds of congratulating ensued. In the business, I closed my eyes and shut off my shields fully. I opened my eyes and looked around me. Grins were shared between everyone, and eventually it happened. Deep brown eyes with specks of green met mine. The world stopped and I gasped for breath. He was everything in the world besides my. Smiled at each other and moved closer. When we were close enough, he hauled me close in a hug and I felt at home. The twins joined us in a family hug. "Guess we will have another name change coming, huh Mama?" Brady asked cheekily. "Better ask him," I shot back with a laugh. The pack laughed since they knew my views on marriage. My mate scoffed and looked at me in shock. "Well, eventually I will love to give my name to you and all our pups. I hope to have more than these two. And when that day comes, it will be perfect, I'm sure. Now we have other pups to celebrate. Time for cake," I called out to everyone. Colin rushed to get the ice cream and Brady got the can opener for the canned milk. Emily cut the cake and served it in bowls to make the canned milk choosers have an easier time eating their cake. The night was filled with love and laughter. Choosing life certainly felt right. So I had found my imprint. I was happy, but I didn't know how he would feel being an instant father of two at the age of 19. As Theta in the pack, he may as well be a dad already for all the help he gives the younger pack members, but that is irrelevant when before this he could just go home at the end of patrol or after pack functions. Now either we move into his house and just renovate, or he moves into the apartment with us and we demo his place and rebuild. The plans wouldn't change on the build, well, maybe a few tweaks to the amenities for him and I to share, but that's all really. As nice as it was to imprint at dinner, now it was time to clinch the deal, so to speak. I didn't want the twins privy to our actions should my mate want to claim me immediately, but I couldn't leave them home alone either. Seeing my internal dilemma, Sam approached. "Hey, little sister, Emily and I can keep the pups while you and your mate go talk and whatnot." Sam actually seemed to cough at the idea of Paul and I doing anything more than talk. "I appreciate that, Sam. I can't have them home alone at the apartment, and I certainly don't want them to hear anything they shouldn't. Then again, they patrol with him, so it's moot." I laughed. "Nah, he reins that shit in when they are all phased together. He may be dirty-minded, but he chooses not to corrupt their minds. Besides, I get the idea about not wanting them to hear it. You're their mom and not who they should see, hear or think about in that manner." Sam tells me. I nod. "Colin, Brady, are you willing to spend the night here with Sam and Emily?" "Yeah, Mama," Brady answers. "Of course. You just imprinted and need to communicate and connect," Colin replies after his brother even using air quotes. "Okay boys, I will have your mom back here for breakfast. At least that's the plan," Paul tells them with a smile. "You may be her imprint, but she is our mom. Treat her with respect and care, so don't you mess up. Imprint or not, you upset her or hurt her, being nice to you goes out the window." Brady warns my mate. He and his brother go all stoic with arms flexed and crossed over their chests. "Boys, you know I am a grown woman. I was raised by a cop and held my own against cold ones. I think I can handle things pretty well. But I love the support and backup if I ever need it. Behave and I love you," I called to them, blowing a kiss as I pushed my mate out the door. With that, Paul and I took a stroll and ended up at the beach. "So why didn't that happen before, like when you slapped me?" Paul asked. "You know how the cold ones have powers. Like the tiny annoying one could see future events. I have what they call a physical and mental shield. I have 3 separate layers actually. A mental layer that covers my brain, a physical layer that is inactive unless I am in dire need of it, and another mental layer I can stretch to cover others. The physical one can stretch to cover other people besides myself too. What happened tonight was that I shut them all off and looked at everyone. Billy had the notion that my ability was hindering an imprint. I hoped he was right, and it is you." I babbled nervously. "Hey, don't worry about being nervous. It's just me. I felt something change when we met, but everyone in the pack couldn't figure out what, because the usual signs of an imprint were not there. So I just bided my time and may have been a grumpy-ass idiot. But eventually I got to know you. The real you. Not the detoxing shield those 2 tortured or the hopped up on cold one sense, but you. The warm, caring, tough as nails when need be woman you are. You take care of people and show that you love them. Not many people do that for others who aren't blood, but you do. You see people for themselves, not what they are. Like the Whitlock coven that was just here when we had your father's celebration of life. They are your family as much as the pack is, because you see past the vampire and see the person. I admit I was scared they would just take you away, the pups and pack be damned. But they made the effort to get along with the pack for your sake and vice versa. And you were right, they didn't choose the existence they have. But they chose to live a better way than most." Paul was so sincere when he told me all of this. I hoped you wouldn't think I'm too weird or something. Most powers don't work in humans. They manifest as humans but aren't active. I've met a few cold ones that were aware of and could use theirs when they were human, but it was all screwy. I confessed. "You are unique, babe. It's a good thing to be different. Take me in the pack for instance. I'm the best fighter. Seth has the best hearing. Embry is unbelievable as a tracker. Jacob is agile. Leah is the fastest. We all have roles in the pack to make the pack as a whole better. Emily is the alpha's mate and Kim is the betas. You are mine and the 3 of you balance us out. We are closer to our wolf's sides than the others because we had to patrol more often and for longer when it was just the 3 of us. Sam most of all because of his first phase, and then the year he had to wait for Jar and I to join him. We need you to help us be human. Now about how life is gonna be with us, what do you think would be best living arrangement-wise? Hall asked. Maybe you can give up your place to Jared and Kim since they don't have a place yet and but still live with their parents, and you can move in with the boys and I'm the apartment until the house gets built. I offered. Sounds like a plan. I'll take the couch until we get close enough to take that step if that's alright with you. Hall agreed. I blushed. You're probably right about that, but I have a feeling it won't be long at all, honestly. The pull is there to not wait. We have known each other for so long and now I'm yours and you are mine. But I gotta tell you. Besides the penny-head abuser I trailed off, turning bright red. Seriously. Hall sounded surprised. I was a single person in a school of over 3,000 and was too busy working and taking care of Renee to date, not that anyone noticed me. I was a loner with no friends. Then I came here. A few guys were nuisances wanting my attention and then I met him. You know the rest. I explained. I know I have a reputation. Some of it is earned but quite a bit of it is just girls wanting to brag. I have never actually dated anyone because of how I grew up. I couldn't bring anyone to meet the folks. Hall seemed nervous that I would be hurt that he had a past. Hey, the past is just that, the past. Though I would hope that you didn't catch anything. Besides, some experience is better than none. But please tell me you never touched the two biggest skanks at Forks High. I told him. You mean the bike of the peninsula and her chatty Cathy gossip-mongering bosom buddy. Not with a million condoms and a mile-long pole. Hall exclaimed in disgust. Phew, that's a relief. They lusted after Dickward and all my admirers. Made them catty and ugly to me. Well, Lauren was okay at grad. She saved me from sputin'. I wish she would go claim her baby. The poor thing has been fighting to live since prom. Poor thing was premature and tiny. I get why she is scared to step forward, but it's still not right. I felt sorry for the situation. Whoa, she's the prom baby mama. Who's the dad? Hall asked. Her dad's business partner. Like clockwork, every few days he goes over for dinner with the family and he slips into her room. She gives in to keep her baby sister safe. It's horrible. Noble but fucked up. Damn, that's bad. Why didn't she report it? Hall was truly concerned. It's been happening for years and she has the reputation of an easy lay. Figured no one would believe her. She was ashamed, plus he was threatening her with hurting her dad in the business as well as moving on to her sister. Her family would be ruined and her baby sister would be hurt. So she just sucked it up and went along with it. Never fought, never actively participated either. Just took the abuse. My voice was hushed because it was too horrible to think about. Can she get away? Hall prodded. Probably not, for her sister's sake. If she isn't there, then he might move on. I speculate. The jerk tell you all of this? Hall asked. Yeah, and a lot more. Like he wanted me to have ammo to fight back at them, or he was gauging my moral character or something. Honestly, it just helped me understand them better and not react when they got bitchy. Hall looked at me in awe. You know, you are truly something else. Anyone else would use the info to hit them where it hurts or something. But you didn't. Though I think you need to find a way to get her to step up about the abuse and the baby. I think she's probably scared the baby will just make her think about him and what he has done to her. Not the baby is just a baby. A reminder of horrible things rather than an innocent being that hasn't done anything but exist. The idea of the unclaimed baby made me sad. Lots of kids these days know how that feels. Usually because their parents are ugly to their partners or to the kids even. Hall stated quietly. Definitely. My mom is a flighty nitwit and spent any cent she could get a hold of. My dad was practically a stick in the mud, but growing up fast and caring for his parents as they died did that to him. I mean, yeah, he went hunting or fishing with his buds, but if he wasn't working he was eating at the diner or parked in his recliner watching sports on the boob tube. I like to think I'm a bit in the middle, but I'm pretty sure I'm more like he was. I laughed dryly at my own family dynamic. Mom left and Pop and I moved back here when I was 9. She wasn't ready or willing to do the mommy housewife thing. Dad was bitter and I took the brunt of it, especially when he had been drinking. Then it was every day after a while. He was working me over when I phased for the first time. Harry Clearwater got to our place first. He talked me out of bolting and he gathered some of my fur and staged it to look like a bear attack. Your dad didn't question it, he just took the report and helped me be on my own. Hall whispered, staring at the beach at our feet. Oh honey, That's terrible. As glad as I am that the abuse stopped, it should not be on your conscience that he was in reach when you phased. You had no inclination that you were going to phase at all. You might have shown signs, and I'm sure Sam was watching from afar, but it's not right that any generation be left in the dark. If you had known then, maybe you could have gotten away before it happened. It was an accident. Phasing on the flyer instantly to defend yourself isn't a bad thing. Come on, let's go back to the apartment and cuddle. It's chilly out here and I would rather be inside. I urged my mate, taking his hand. We made our way back to the apartment and did indeed snuggle up together on the couch, simply sharing and enjoying stories of life before we met. 2 years later, Paul moved in with us after we imprinted, and he became the missing puzzle piece to our little family. He stepped in as the pup's dad like he had been born to it. The fillers tried to put up a fight, even went so far as to attempt to take us to court. They never got far. A few weeks after the imprint, the pack cleared the land needed for the house our family needed. It was a bit grandiose if you ask me, but the pack made it homey and warm. Small carvings made it into the detail work that made up the house. Wolves and trees and even red and yellow-eyed beings were hidden in the scenes depicted. There were rooms for the wolves and their mates should they stay over, and even rooms for the cold ones too. Colin and Brady chose to have their own rooms, and that was just fine. There were a couple extra rooms that no one claimed, but I had a feeling they would have used soon. Today is our wedding day, and the pack had Paul at Sam and Emily's place getting ready. I was in a white buckskin dress embroidered with beads and shells. My headband was adorned with traditional pieces to bless our marriage, and was actually the one Joy and Molly had worn when they married into the Atira family. What an honor to wear the same piece. We had opted out of all pageantry, and it was mainly just the pack. Angela Weber had become part of the pack when she came down for a day at the beach since Ben had left her. She met Embry and that was it. Quill was waiting for his 4-year-old imprint to grow up. Her name was Claire and she was Emily's niece. Jake was still single and waiting for his imprint to come along. Seth had found his in a ray of sunshine, who he had known since kindergarten, but she had moved away. She just moved back and he adored her. My boys haven't met their hearts yet, but I know it will be soon. I decided to forego moccasins since the ceremony was literally in our backyard. My hair was down in waves down my back, and I was ready to start the next chapter of my life with my mate, my sons, and the child I have yet to tell others about. It's easy to hide so far because Emily and Sam were pregnant with their second, and Kim has one on the way too with Jared. Too many tiny hummingbird heartbeats to distinguish. The future was bright and I knew I had done right by choosing life. I heard voices approaching, and after a soft knock I was joined in the room I had used to get ready. It was Rose and Char. Oh my word, girl, you look very beautiful. Very close to nature. Chat gushed at the sight of me. You do make a gorgeous bride, Bella. Though I never thought I would say that to someone wearing my food's skin. Rose laughed. Thanks. It's tradition and I wanted to do this right, or as right as I can. I blushed. Oh, spill. Chat demanded excitedly. We are already a bit backwards as a family since I had the twins before Paul and I even got together. But well, I haven't told anyone yet, but we have another on the way. The pups and Paul know, but we haven't shared it with anyone. Any other wolf I have been around has been in the presence of Emily and Kim. They are expecting too, so it has been easy to hide. Too many fast heartbeats to differentiate. I confessed. Congratulations, Bella. It's a crazy thing to know that if you hadn't fought for yourself almost 3 years ago, that today wouldn't be possible. Rose said proudly. She's right, sugar. You did good. Now let's go get you hitched. Chat agreed. I followed the girls out to the living room where the sliding glass doors were open but covered by blankets to block sight of me if I moved around the house. Kim and Emily smiled to us before walking through the blankets gap. We followed with me at the back. Eventually the way was cleared for me to join my mate by the fire. As I met his eyes, the world stopped and became just the two of us. Life was good. The end.